A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you to the home of the defending champions, the Presentation College of Chagaunas, as we get ready for the start of the 2026 PowerGen Secondary Schools Premier Division. And as usual, we start with the opening ceremony.
I want to forward the Presentation College Chagaunas.
Heavenly Father, as we come before you this morning, Father Lord, we come thanking you for giving us good weather today. Father, I pray that we'll have an injury-free game and that everyone will perform to the best of their abilities. And Father, at the end of the day, there is one team come out victorious. And Father, I pray that everyone will have travel mercies at the end of the day. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. His Worship, the Mayor of the Chagaunas Borough Corporation, Mr. Faik Mohammed, General Manager of PowerGen, Mr. Ian Rogers, Mr. Nigel Marad, President of the Secondary Schools Cricket League, Mr. Dunat Nagisa, Curriculum Officer and representing the Ministry of Education here this morning from the Sports and Physical Education Unit, Mrs. Marcia Mohammed, Head of Legal and Advisory and Regulatory Affairs of PowerGen, Mr. Francois Otley, Senior Communications Officer of PowerGen, Mr. Adrian Ali, Sports Director and of Sports TT and a Councillor in the Chagaunas Borough Corporation, Principal of the Presentation College Chagaunas, Mr. Wiebe, other executive members, members of the media, coaches, players, teachers, and well-wishers. It is a pleasure for us at the Secondary Schools Cricket League to launch our 2026 season right here as it was done last year with the defending champions Presentation versus St. Mary's. First and second, top of the table clash as we want to call it at the beginning of this season. Who is going to end up the winner today? That will happen after 100 overs is bowled. But nevertheless, it is my pleasure as the first Vice President Shirazma to bring you greetings and to welcome you here to this morning's proceedings. And to get the ball rolling or to get the innings started, I'm going to invite the Principal of Presentation College, Mr. Wiebe, to bring some greetings on behalf of Presentation College. Dr. Wiebe.
All right, so I'd like to just probably say all protocols observed because it's a lot to go through again, and I know time is of the essence at this time. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So, we are back here again to begin another cricket season. And I know for us at Presentation College once that all eyes are on us, since we are the champions for the Premiership League title as well as the T20. intercall. And there are times, when we feel a lot of pressure because obviously we would like to retain these titles. But nevertheless, one thing in education is that there isn't really anything about winning and losing, but it's more about if you do not win, you learn. So whatever errors, whatever that will transpire today, we will use it to ensure that certain errors are not repeated in subsequent games. So nevertheless, I just like to welcome each and every one of you here to the college, and I trust that we have an enjoyable game and just enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Weavy, Principal of Presentation College, Chagaunas. And at this time, we want to invite His Worship, the Mayor of Chagaunas Borough Corporation, Mr. Faik Mohammed, to bring us greetings on behalf of the Borough of Chagaunas.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Please allow me to stand on the protocols, because if I were to go through the protocol list, then it will be longer than my speech. Good morning, everyone. As Mayor of Chagaunas, I am truly proud to stand here and welcome you all to the land of champions, Chagaunas. Cricket is part of our DNA, and today we are not just here to start a league. We are continuing a tradition of excellence, of discipline, and of sportsmanship. This tradition has shaped generations of young men and women in this country. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Presentation College Chagaunas on an incredible achievement, an unbeaten run of 24 consecutive league games. Please give yourselves a round of applause. I'm seeing here in my speech your last defeat, but I don't want to talk about that because I don't want to jinx anything, so we'll leave that part out. I'm going to scratch it out from the speech here when the last defeat was, right? We're not going to talk and dwell on the negatives. But that 24 games undefeated speaks volume for your consistency and your commitment, and especially the talent that the school produces. This year, you will be chasing a historic three-peat, and I want to wish you all the best of luck. Yes, I may be sounding biased, but Presentation College resides in Chagaunas, so yes, my bias is definitely showing here this morning. But I will also like to congratulate St. Mary's, my good friend Aaron there is sitting and watching me with a strange look, like he's getting upset with me. So I'd like to congratulate him on finishing second last year. So give yourself a round of applause. I wouldn't say the next part I want to say to you, but we'll keep it right here. Right? I want to congratulate the St. Mary's School. You know, your persistency, your presence, and what you do in the school, it's commendable. And you have also raised the standard of cricket. And this morning we are going to have a top of the table clash, as Vice President said. So those of you looking on, and what is it coming live? Yes, it's going to be a very interesting game here this morning. I would like to congratulate, must also send special thanks to PowerGen. I want you all to give them a lusty round of applause. Without PowerGen, this league will not be possible. They have been sponsoring for 28 years. That's an incredible achievement to me for a sponsor. Since I have known myself playing cricket, PowerGen have been sponsoring this league. So I want to, you want to wish them 28 more years of sponsorship. No, but I want to wish you all 280 more years of sponsoring the Trinidad and Tobago Secondary Schools Cricket League. So thank you all for that. Also want to thank the executive of the Secondary School Cricket League. Your hard work, vision, dedication, efforts ensure that this competition remains well organized, respected, and more importantly, young talent have structured a pathway to develop both on the field and off the field. I just want to share a quick story about the Secondary School Cricket League and how important it is for you as an individual if you want to make it at a higher level. There was an individual who I know in my days when we were playing under 19 cricket, we had trials for Trinidad and Tobago under 19. They already picked the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 cricket team, but the secondary school finals didn't play as yet. An individual, he didn't make the team, but he scored 100 in the finals and forced his way onto the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team because of that century. So take this league very serious. So I want you all to remember that story. Recently, the Minister of Education reminded us that PAN is just not an extracurricular activity, but an important educational tool. In that same spirit, I want to say clearly that sport, especially cricket, is also an essential tool. It teaches discipline, teamwork, leadership, resilience, and respect, values that stay with you and you young persons long after the final ball is bowled. It also gives you the skills to be the mayor, because I myself played a lot of cricket in my days. To the players, play hard, play fair, and represent your school with pride. To the officials, coaches, supporters, thank you for the role you play in shaping our future. Once again, welcome to Chagaunas, and I wish everyone a successful and exciting season. Thank you all, and all the best.
Thank you, His Worship Faik Mohammed, for those wonderful remarks. And now we're going to get into it again with bringing the president of the Secondary Schools Cricket League, Mr. Nigel Maraj, to officially welcome each and every one of you to the opening of the Secondary Schools Cricket League, sponsored by PowerGen.
Like my previous speakers, I'm begging your indulgence to say that all protocols being observed. Good morning, and welcome to the official launch of the 2026 PowerGen sponsored Secondary Schools Cricket League. It is my great honor as president of the Trinidad and Tobago Secondary Schools Cricket League to stand with you today at the start of another season in which dreams will be pursued, character will be built, and the next generation of leaders in our nation will be shaped on the field and in the classroom. First and foremost, allow me to offer our deepest and most heartfelt thanks to the Power Generation Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, PowerGen, for 28 remarkable years of sponsorship and partnership with the Secondary Schools Cricket League. In an era where economic pressures see many corporate entities scaling back and even withdrawing their sponsorship, PowerGen has remained steadfast, a beacon of corporate social responsibility. For 28 years, PowerGen has invested not only money, but faith, time, and vision in our young people. That commitment has lit the light, the pathway of countless students and communities across Trinidad and Tobago. For that, we are truly grateful. For those of us who work with young people, we know that sport is much more than a game. It teaches discipline, teamwork, resilience, respect, and leadership. Yes, Mayor, I did listen to you as well, so I added that. When combined with education, sport becomes a powerful force for social mobility and personal development. By developing youths through sport and education, our league and PowerGen are changing lives, opening doors to tertiary education, scholarships, careers, and a character that will serve our nation for decades to come. To our sponsor and partners, PowerGen, principals, schools, coaches, volunteers, thank you for your steadfast support. Your belief in this program has enabled opportunities for thousands of students. We value this partnership and look forward to the continuing work together to ensure that cricket remains a platform for excellence, inclusion, and development. To our coaches and teachers, your role is vital. You do more than train muscles and technique. You mentor minds and mold values. To To the parents and guardians, thank you for your sacrifices and for supporting your children's dreams. And to our match officials and administrators, your integrity and diligence uphold the standards that make this league meaningful and respectful. To the young cricketers here today, the reason we gather, I bring you a simple message. Believe in your talent, but never stop working at it. Talent opens a door, but discipline keeps you inside and helps you build. As one wise person said, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Another quote is this: character is built in small moments, not only in the spotlight. This season, I challenge each one of you cricketers to 1. Commit to the continuous improvement. Every practice, every drill, every game is an opportunity to get better. Embrace teamwork. Individual brilliance wins matches sometimes, but teamwork will always win championships. Show respect. Respect for your teammates, your opponents, your coaches, and the game itself. Be resilient. You will face setbacks, but what matters most is how you respond. Equally important to each one of us is your education. A sporting career, no matter how promising, must be balanced with academic development. The two are not mutually exclusive, they are complementary. Employers, universities, and communities look for people who are well-rounded, disciplined athletes who can think critically, communicate clearly, and contribute meaningfully off the field. So, study as though your future depends on it, because it does. To our young athletes, I say, chase your sporting ambitions, but hold your books with equal passion. Invest in your mind as you invest in your body. One of my favorite pieces of advice for student athletes is this, and I quote, train your mind to value learning as fiercely as you value winning. This balance will give you more options, more resilience, and more power to shape your own future. To PowerGen, again, thank you. Your leadership in corporate citizenship sets an example for private sector engagement across our Twin Islands. In difficult times, you have chosen to lead. You have chosen to shine a bright light on our youth. That light will guide many challenges. That light will guide many through challenges and towards a brighter future and more opportunities. Your enduring partnership has been transformational, and we honor you for it. In closing, let us enter the 2020 season with humility, determination, and optimism. Let us celebrate fair play, nurture talent, and commit to the education and welfare of every student who takes the field. Let this season be defined not only by runs and wickets, but by personal growth, strong character, and the forging of lifelong friendships. May this season be competitive, inspiring, and safe. Thank you, and let the 2026 PowerGen sponsored Secondary Schools Cricket League begin.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those inspiring words to our young athletes. And at this time, we'd like to invite our Director of the Sports TT and Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs to bring greetings on their behalf. Mr. Adrian Ali.
A little short, eh? Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you very much. Not sure if I can hit 6 still, eh? All protocols observed. A pleasant morning to each and everyone here this morning. It is definitely a pleasure to be here this morning as Director of the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago, also Chairman of Sports in the Borough of Chagaunas, and yes, I also teach at a secondary school as well. So I wear different hats. I would have played cricket here many years ago as well. So it's definitely a pleasure to be here. PowerGen's 28 years of continuous sponsorship is truly commendable. So well done Just as the mayor said, I hope and I wish for you all to continue sponsoring cricket and supporting the youths. That level of commitment has helped sustain school cricket and given generation of students the opportunity to develop through sport. I also want to congratulate Presentation College Chagaunas as the defending champions, having won the 50 over league for the past few years, and also to acknowledge St. Mary's College for finishing second last season. That level of competition speaks to the quality of this league. This tournament, it's definitely close to me. I would have played secondary schools cricket, as I said. And today, as I mentioned earlier, I stand here as a secondary school teacher. I understand both sides, pride of representing your school, and the dedication also that it takes from teachers who volunteer their time to make this league possible. What happens on the field goes far beyond cricket. It builds discipline, character, and confidence that stay with you long after school is over. As chairman of sports in the board of Chagaunas, I see daily how sport can positively shape communities when schools and institutions work together. The Secondary Schools Cricket League is a strong example of that partnership. To the athletes, understand this. This league is a stepping stone. Many players have gone on to represent Trinidad and Tobago and even the West Indies. Started right here in secondary schools cricket. Talent will get you noticed, but discipline, attitude, and work ethic will take you further. Respect your teachers, your coaches, your teammates, and the game. Every match is an opportunity to grow, to be seen, and to prepare yourself for the next level. What I will say to the cricketers is, and I say this also to a lot of cricketers who play at the highest level of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. For too long we perform mediocre and we expect to be noticed. What I will say, if you want yourself to be separated, stop scoring 40s, push on, score big hundreds. That's how you get noticed. Bowlers, 5 wickets is good. Look to take 8. That's how you get noticed. On behalf of the sports company of Trinidad and Tobago, I wish all teams a safe, competitive, and successful 2026 season. Play hard, play fair, and enjoy the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. And at this time, as we continue with the official speeches, we'd like to invite representative from the Ministry of Education, Mr. Dudnat Nagisa, Sports Curriculum Officer from the Curriculum and Sports Department of the Ministry of Education, to bring their greetings.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Shiraz. Due to time constraints, I crave your indulgence as well regarding all protocols observed. Pleasant good morning to all. It is an absolute honor to stand before you today to bring greetings on behalf of the Ministry of Education at this significant occasion, the 2026 opening ceremony of the Powergen Secondary Schools Cricket League. I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone, especially our young athletes whose hard work and dedication have brought them here today. This competition represents more than just a series of matches on a cricket field. It is a celebration of sportsmanship, teamwork, and perseverance. It is an opportunity for our students to not only showcase their cricketing skills, but also to embrace the values that sport brings, such as discipline, respect, resilience, and the ability to work together as one. These positive values are enshrined in the goals of the Ministry of Education's Cultural Transformation Policy, with a view toward building a progressive society and a disciplined workforce. Cricket holds a special place in our Caribbean identity. It teaches us that success is rarely overnight. It is the result of consistent effort and the courage to learn from mistakes. In this way, cricket is the perfect metaphor for the journey of education. Both demand commitment, passion, and a team-oriented approach to reach the highest standard of excellence. Through events like this, we aim to provide our young minds with an opportunity to develop not only in the classroom, but also in the field of play. These competitions encourage students to pursue both academic excellence and athletic prowess. It is also an avenue where friendships are forged, memories are created, and we witness the spirit of healthy competition that is essential for nurturing well-rounded individuals. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and sincerely thank our long-standing committed sponsor for over 28 years, the Power Generation Company of Trinidad and Tobago. They deserve a lusty round of applause. PowerGen's contribution stimulated and promoted the opportunity for thousands of secondary school students to showcase their talent through the medium of competitive sport, and in this case, cricket. These initiatives foster the holistic development of 21st century skills and values, attitudes, and behaviors of the ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizen, which directly aligns to the strategic goals of the Ministry of Education. Let me also take a moment to recognize the relentless work of the secondary schools, executive members, the teachers, coaches, school administrators who have invested time and energy in organizing this event. Without their commitment to the growth of sport in our schools, this competition would not be possible. Their role in guiding these students both on and off the field must be saluted and recognized. To all players here today, I commend you for your passion and commitment to your teams. Whether you win or lose, what truly matters is the effort you put forth and the lessons you learn along the way. Remember, every ball you bowl, every run you score, and every partnership you build on the field contributes to your personal growth and growth of your school community. In conclusion, I wish you all the very best of luck as you embark on this 2026 cricket season. May this tournament be a space where you hone your skills and build relationships that last a lifetime. May the spirit of camaraderie and fair play define every match. Thank you, and may God continue to bless us all.
So we would have heard from all the other speakers about how long PowerGen has been sponsoring Secondary Schools Cricket League for over 28 years. And when you look back at those 28 years, you can see players from Darren Ganga, Kyron Pollard, Bravos, Riyad Emrit, Richard Kelly, Senior, Junior, and just to name a few of that era, Samuel Badri. And all of those guys those guys went on to play for Trinidad and Tobago and represented not only Trinidad and Tobago, but some of them went on to represent West Indies as well. And even one of them was the #1 T20 bowler for a number of years, as Samuel Badri, and now we have Darren Ganga, international sports commentator. So 28 years ago, this partnership with Secondary Schools Cricket League was formed. And it would have been formed with people like Forbes Prasad, Omar Khan, Gachatur, and those were the people. And the reason I'm telling you a little bit of the history is because I have been able to stand here proudly to know that I have seen where Secondary Schools Cricket League was and where we are now, and the amount of talent that we have generated, just like how PowerGen generates current and power for Trinidad and Tobago. And it's on that note, I would like to invite the General Manager of PowerGen to bring the sponsor's message, Mr. Ian Rogers.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Good morning to you all. I stand before you and your competitive game of cricket, so protocols observed, if I may. On behalf of PowerGen, I'm honoured to deliver this morning's sponsors message at the official launch of Secondary Schools Cricket League 2026 season. This is my first time at such an event, having joined PowerGen as General Manager last October. From my research, I have seen the impactful work that PowerGen's support has enabled since 1996. An historic and commendable 28 years of sponsorship, certainly one of the longest standing sporting sponsorships targeting secondary school students in the country. The longevity of this relationship is proof that PowerGen sees great transformative power of sport. Secondary Schools Cricket League has remained a consistently impactful initiative in our suite of corporate citizenship programmes, all founded on our own corporate philosophy of empowering youth through the avenues of sport and education. The League reported last year over 3,000 boys and girls from across Trinidad and Tobago playing in the League. These are very promising numbers, and we look forward to continued growth in participation rates this season, including the continued elevation of girls' cricket, particularly in the hardball format. As a sport, cricket has a global impact, with a massive following across the world. I am familiar with a few of the local current stars and former stars, such as Brian Lara. Everyone I meet in Trinidad seems to have some relationship with Brian, either played with him or met him. Dwayne Bravo, Nicholas Poran, Inisa Mohammed, and Marissa Aguilera. Success on the pitch must be met with academic success. Find time to balance to make yourself a truly rounded and grounded player. We look forward to continuing the work with the diligent and committed executive in making our shared vision of seeing young people succeed. For all your efforts, we say thank you. Let's give a round of applause to the secondary school executive, please. Thank you. We also recognise the teachers, coaches, administrators, umpires, and the parents who work behind the scenes. So let's give a round of applause to them as well. So in closing, I wish best of luck to all the participating schools, and I will be closely following your progress as the season unfolds. At PowerGen, we stand proudly as the people behind the power, but also the power behind the cricket for 28 years, not out. I thank you for your attention, and may the 2026 season be a safe and exciting one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, and that brings us to the end of all our speeches for this morning and the official launch. And at this time, we want to invite the schools to take their photo up with the head table, and we want to get on with the game. I think the toss probably would have been taken as ready. Don't know who won the toss, who will be batting, but the toss has not been taken as yet. So that's going to be taken, and we're going to get on with it very shortly. So if the teams can come forward so we can get the photo up with the officials on the head table. On behalf of the secondary school executive, we want to thank the Presentation College Chagaunas, thank the media for being here, and we would also like to thank 360 that will be streaming the game live on the internet, our umpires who are here always to ensure that the game is played in a fair manner. Guys, come forward in the meantime, right? As we are about to begin. Sure.
So So there you have it, the official opening of the 2026 secondary schools, the Powergen Secondary Schools Cricket League, the Premier Division for 2026. And again, congratulations to Powergen, 28 years of continuous sponsorship of secondary schools cricket here in TNT. And there you could see the officials taking the official photos, a nice little keepsake for all of them. So congratulations to them. And the Powergen Secondary Schools, Mr. Ian Rogers, as you would have just heard from him there a short while ago, as well as Mr. Mirage, the president of Secondary Schools Cricket, making sure that they get these pictures in. But now that the official program is out of the way, it's time now for the players to take center stage. We haven't had the tosses yet, so that will be the first thing. Remember, today's game is really a top of the table clash from a year ago. It's 1 against 2. When I say 1, the defending champions, the 2-time defending champions, Presentation College of Chagaunas, who are working on a hat-trick here today. So they'll start their title defense today, but they'll also start their quest for an historic three-peat today. And of course, the mayor is also there. Adrian Ali is also part of proceedings there. So those are the two teams, St. Mary's College and Presentation College of Chagaunas. And St. Mary's, no doubt, will be hoping that they could turn the tables on Presentation this time around. And of course, St. Mary's with their spanking new indoor facility, I'm sure they'll be hoping to reap rewards and to give a return on investment, if you know what I mean. And the best way to do that is to start by winning and to knock off the defending champions. Here they are, Presentation College of Chagaunas, both the league and intercol winners from a year ago. And they're also back-to-back winners of the Premier Division. So they have a lot at stake in this year's tournament. And this is a lovely picture. This is a picture I think all of the players would relish and would love to have as a keepsake. It's one of those that you can really hang on your trophy mantle at home and ensure that you remember this day, and you could show it to your kids and your grandkids and whoever else. It's really a great opportunity for them here to be a part of this. And I say that because I myself was a part of these proceedings. I hated these opening ceremonies because invariably I'd have to do it in the sun. You just be there listening to speeches and the sun is just like burning at that point in time. But I understand the significance of it. In fact, I understood it then just as I understand it, and maybe appreciate it even more now, especially when you hear of a 28-year run of continuous sponsorship by Powergen to the Secondary Schools Cricket League, and that tells you volumes. There are the two umpires making their way over to be a part of the photo. Tulsi Janki and Andel Maynard are the two umpires for today's game. So we're just moments away from the actual start of the league competition for 2026. And what a nice picture it's making here, where the teams are having their photos taken. So they're getting ready to get out in the middle, which should be probably in about another 10 minutes or so before we actually get play started here at the Presentation College ground in Chagaunas. And but it just tells you how much people are looking forward to this, not just the players, but the supporters, and of course we have some other key matchups for today, apart from Presentation College the defending champions, Presentation College of Chagaunas, and St. Mary's College. We also have Hillview College up against Vishnu Boys Hindu College at Bamboo Recreation Ground in Valsine. And so plenty for them to look forward to in that game as well. There's also a clash between the two promoted teams, Shiva Boys up against Queen's Royal College. So those would be the fixtures, the first round fixtures for today. And it really is, like I say, I'm not sure who drew up the fixtures, but as fate would have it, the two newly promoted teams facing off immediately. So what it means is that one of them is probably going to start with a win, and the other one is going to be in a hole there and trying to dig themselves out of it. Now, the other part that I could tell you about this year's competition, as you could see, there are 8 teams on your screen. And those 8 teams, that's 2 less than a year ago. There were 10 teams previously, but because, I suppose, of financial constraints and other considerations, including the length of time that the players are away from their classes. Remember, a lot of these kids are Form 5 or even upper 6 students. So exams is critical to them. And I remember they're student athletes first. So don't ever get lost in the student part of proceedings. So there is that consideration as well. And but I think a lot of these schools do a pretty good job in arranging the schedule so that the players don't miss out on that very critical aspect of their overall educational development. So they allow them to stick around and do both. It's not like you don't want them to do one at the expense of the other, but you'd like them to do both. And it also helps with time management and stuff like that. So it's Presentation College against St. Mary's here at the Presentation College ground in Chagaunas. We have Shiva Boys Hindu College up against Queen's Royal College at Queen's Royal College ground. There's also that Hillview College Vishnu Boys game at the Bamboo Recreation Ground in Valsine. And Naparima College up against Presentation College of San Fernando. Of course, these two teams, as we say, the pride of South Trinidad, Naps and Pres. And that is always a battle. I want to believe if they're pitching marbles against each other, it could be a war. And they'll take it very seriously indeed. And that goes without saying when they line up on the cricket field. And as we saw with the football a few short months ago, congrats to Naparima College. And the Pres for a moment had them in their sights, but Naparima kind of held their nerves a little bit better, and they were able to come away with it. So those are the matchups for the first round of the 2026 PowerGen Secondary Schools League Premiership 1. Remember, there are also 8 teams in the Premiership 2. They no longer have like a championship division. They have a Premiership 2 North and a Premiership 2 South. So those are the considerations that they have here now with these two teams having been promoted. Previously, they would have probably promoted a couple more schools, but again, because the numbers are down to 8 schools this year, they've decided that they will limit it to just the 8 schools. So only 2 teams got promoted. 2 teams obviously got demoted in the process. In fact, well, then it will work out to be 4 teams being left out of the loop from last year. But congrats again to Queen's Royal College and Shiva Boys as they make their way into the Premier Division for 2026. So congratulations to them. And we look forward to great news coming from them. I could tell you that the weather conditions here are very, very good. It looks perfect for a good game of cricket. A little bit soggy on the field. We did have some rain overnight, more so in the north than in the central region, but still enough to give a nice little give on the surface. But I'm sure with the type of sun we're having here right now, and the high clouds, it should make for, before it's too long, this should dry off and dry off quite nicely. I'm sure the players will enjoy being out there in the middle. As we see that, some of the players are just starting to warm up again. Remember, they warmed up earlier, and then they had to break away from that to go to the opening ceremony, the official opening ceremony, which we just brought you. And that took place down at the western end of the ground. And now the players are back closer to the wicket as they get ready to take the field. So they're giving them an opportunity to go through their pieces once again, and before they head out into the middle. So they're going to be going off to do the toss any moment now, with the two captains getting there. We see Salim Khan from St. Mary's College wearing the number 18, and his opposite number, or rather from Presentation Chagaunas, and Mikhail Ali wearing the number 62 from St. Mary's College, the shorter of the two, as they make their way now out in the middle. And so here they go as they enter the frame. The umpires, again, Tulsi Junkie and Andel Maynard, the two umpires of this game, the captains exchanging their respective team lists. And I could tell you, Presentation Chagaunas are going with Khan Cristiano Ramnanan, Jaden Joseph, Riyad Jerome, Zakaria Muhammad, Alim Nabi, Raid Ali Khan, Joshua Joseph, Samir Khan, Kyle Ramisa, Darren Danraj, of course the big spinner, Zain Mudi Khan, and Isaiah Gibson. Those are the 14 or so players, 13 players for Presentation College of Chagaunas. But Salim Khan, the number 18, you could see the big number displayed there, the captain for Prez. And as they make their way off the field, we will be able to tell you in a moment what decision has been made as the two captains make their way. Maybe they're trying to change something on the list, and I see the captain trying to write something out there. And so it might just be that they haven't actually taken the toss, as because I'm saying, but I didn't see the toss. So I think they're just trying to make sure that they sign off on the papers, on the team list. So it might just be a minor little hiccup, or they need to tick off and identify the starting 11s, because they give them the full list of names as opposed to the actual starting 11s, to verify who is who. For St. Mary's College, Mikhail Ali is the captain, Ryan Yearwood, Kalfani Wilshire, Shavim Khan, Josiah Nichols, Giovanni Cooper, Tristan Toya, Aidan Tom, Sanjeev Bechu, Samir Budu, Avinash Budram, Jason Boyer, Varish Ramdeen, and Josiah Roberts. So I think the two captains will head back out to do the official toss. They had a kind of dry run there a short while ago, and but I think they've clarified the starting the playing 11 for today's game, and it could go. And we were just talking about the state of the field and how nice it looked, but the areas that we saw that might have a few spots on the field, we were talking about the student population, and they had to play somewhere. So a lot of times they get to play on the surface, even though it is the actual playing surface, but the student population allows for that. And I suppose you have to understand that while the senior footballers might have priority, the students also have to take pride of place. But here we go now with the two captains. They're back out in the middle, so they should be getting ready to take the toss any minute now. And so here they are once more. So after that little dry run, now we get the opportunities. So the two captains are out there with the umpire, and I suppose he's explaining to them what is what. I'm not sure who has the coin. It looks like Presentation has the coin. So Salim tosses and Ali makes the call, and it looks as if St. Mary's College have won the toss. And so that would be the first order of business. And we wait to confirm exactly what they're going to do. So that's a good first step for St. Mary's. They'll be hoping it's not the last positive thing for them for the day. And so they've won the first round, so to speak. They won the toss. Now it depends on the decision. And invariably, when teams win the toss because they're not quite sure what the opponents have to offer, and the fact that a lot of preparation would have gone into these wickets, they might figure there's enough moisture in there to allow them the opportunity to maybe take a bowl first. And but we'll see if that is the decision. But I'm sure there's a lot that would go into that decision, whether they should bat first or bowl first. And here's a look at the wicket. We were telling you there's a slight hint of grass, not much, and but generally it looks nice and flat. But I said because of the preparation moisture put into the wicket, and we did have the heavy roller on this morning. But generally, the wicket looks nice and flat. This has not been a big pacey wicket over the years. If anything, both teams are laden with spinners. So we would think at some point in the day, the spinners will come to the fore, and they will take center stage. But it really looks a nice picture out there. The markings are nice and clear. How long that stays is debatable. Because once players start running up and bowling, things will be looking. This is what we were talking about. While the players are playing cricket, this is what the rest of the student population, they're busy playing football. And so you get, now the school did do very well in the central zone, and they actually had a good run in the zonal intercol. I think they got to the semi-final, or did they get to the final? I think they got to the semis. So football is near and dear to these youngsters. But I'm sure once the cricket starts, and especially if Presentation's doing well, then you will find that they will probably get a more advantageous position, maybe in the shade somewhere, where they can cheer on their heroes, so to speak. But this is par for the course here. Not that they don't like cricket, it's just that this brings them a little more excitement. Remember, they're on a break here right now, so they probably just have one period to get in a little sweat, because most of these youngsters are probably doing extra lessons or whatever, so sometimes in the afternoon it's not possible for them to squeeze in a little run with the ball. So this is probably the only opportunity they might get for the day to kick around with their teammates or their classmates and what have you. And I always tell people, even though you might be playing for the school team or playing, whether it's for your zone or whatever, whenever you get a chance to play with your classmates, there is so much more fun playing in these surroundings, because then everybody's equal. It's not like, while they might revere you or whatever as being maybe better than them in whatever area, the fact that you're able to play with them, I think, is what is probably the biggest thing. Yeah. What is the biggest thing for them is that they love the idea of playing with their classmates, and they obviously look forward to that. So they relish those opportunities where they can just kick around with their classmates and just have fun. But these looks like what? They look like Form 1s, Form 2s maybe, some of them. And they're just having a jolly good time kicking around there and having some fun. I don't see any teachers, so that is also another good thing to see, is that they don't need anybody telling them what to do or how to do it. Although it must be said, and to remind them that it's a football, you can't be catching the ball all the time. And play with your legs. So there it is now. This is the other side to playing at this time of the day, because some guys just don't want to be too sweaty. So this is par for the course. They're standing in one spot and watching their teammate juggle the ball, and they don't mind that. The whole thing is, like I said, is just to be out there in the community and being a part of the action in the middle there. So much fun for them for that little period that they have there, that they'll be able to come outside in their break and have a little kick around. Maybe they'll do it after lunch as well. We'll keep you posted on that. But right now we're focusing on the cricket action, and from the looks here, it seems as if we're going to have a scenario where St. Mary's are in the field. So just as we suspected, they won the toss and they've opted to bowl first. And so it looks like Presentation College of Chagaunas will be batting first up. And so an interesting development here. But what we've seen from these two teams, it really is very interesting to see how they move on from here. A lot of them would have been in the nets since October, as we would have heard, and but preparing, getting themselves going. Like we said, St. Mary's, they have had this spanking new multi-million-dollar indoor facility erected under the school, on their field, on their field on Serpentine Road. And these players, even during the middle, you'll be covering football games there, and guys will be just rolling past you with their cricket gear, with their coffins, just heading to the nets. And they can spend hours in there. You go there on a Saturday morning, they're there. You go on a Sunday morning, they're in there, getting in, putting in the work. But this is the real test for them now, how much of that work actually they're able to put out on the field as well. So we're looking at the captain, also donning the gloves here for St. Mary's, Mikhail Ali. So he has decided to take what Ryan Yearwood also is, for all intents and purposes, their regular wicketkeeper. But he's assuming a different role today. The umpires, again, making their way out. Tulsi Janki and Andel Maynard. Maynard, of course, the bigger of the two, the more portly one. He looks like a giant standing next to Janki. And really paints a totally different picture. It almost reminds me of when Gus Logie will walk out next to Clive Lloyd. Like, you see one huge individual, and then you see small Gus making his way out and enjoying it. But this is what it's all about, folks. This is what these youngsters have been waiting for a long while. And as the footballers make their way off the field, they're coming now to be able to focus on the cricket. So all the attention is now on the cricket. And we are waiting the two opening batters for Presentation College. As they make their way out. Of course, remember, these are the defending champions, and they'll be opening with Jaden Joseph, number 42, and Riyad Jerome, number 32. So those are the two openers. So Jaden Joseph. And his opening partner, of course, is Riyad Jerome. And of course, opening the bowling for St. Mary's would be from the far end. So I think umpire Maynard is ready. So Wilshire is the man who's going to open the attack from the top end. Kalfani Wilshire. And first delivery is bang on target. No real pace there. Of course, he's probably just trying to get some kind of rhythm. And it makes sense for him to just ease himself into rhythm. You can't just start off first ball bowling fast. And first run of the day, first run of the season for these two teams. And it goes comfortably to Joseph, who is now nicely positioned at the non-striker's end. So you could observe his partner, Riyad Jerome, coming in to strike, both right-handers. Jerome, of course, with that bright red helmet. And just the two slips. There is a backward point, a short extra cover. There's a cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg or a fine leg. Really, it is a lovely picture here at Presentation College Ground in Chagaunas. Nice little breeze blowing across the ground. And here we go again, Wilshire. And that's a bad delivery at all. Touching down just outside the off stump and leaving the right-hander. But good restraint shown there from Jerome. Standing in at slip, there is Ramdeen, Varish Ramdeen, one of the transfers. And again, on target by Wilshire, which is good to see. Again, he's not trying to be too quick. In fact, just based on the way he releases the ball, he's not, as we say, tear away, even though he might be able to slip in a quick one or two. I think in the main, he's probably just one of those bowlers who's going to try to put it down in front of the batsman and keep it as tight as possible. Beauty. That one again just squared him up a little bit there, Jerome. And he's probably going to go back for a second run and makes it quite comfortably in the end. But a very good delivery once more from Wiltshire. Well played in the end too by Jerome. He didn't try to go hard at it. He just played it and allowed it to run off the face of the bat. There it is again, squaring him up quite nicely, but because he wasn't pushing hard at it, it just hit the edge and went down. 3 without loss. And again, on target and playing it out. So that's the end of the first over. 3 without loss at the end of over number 1. So once again, St. Mary's College won the toss and opted to field first, putting Presentation College in to have first knock. The key, of course, when you make a decision like that, is to take early wickets, and that is what I'm sure the skipper Ali would be hoping for. Samir Budu is the new bowler. We did tell you that spin would be an integral part of the attack for both of these teams. They're not wasting any time, St. Mary's, because that's their strength. So they're going to play to their strength as much as possible. You just have the one slip in place. There's nobody on the onside behind the bat. There's a square leg just to the left of the umpire. A mid-wicket who's coming into play here now, and a mid-on on the onside. And then on the offside, you have a slip, a backward point, a cover point. Well, they're switching them around now, so there's a deep cover, a short extra cover, and a mid-off. And badly lined delivery, this signaled as a wide, and Ali not able to hold it in. But the idea, I was just making a point, they didn't have anybody behind the bat. Now they've pushed the man at square leg to the right of the umpire now, so they've moved him a couple meters to his right, but there's still no deep backward square or fine leg. So they're hoping that Budu could maintain a good line on. So far, he's strayed on the pads probably every delivery so far in this over. And that's more like it. Just getting his line going, probably like when you turn in ice cream, you have to work at it for it to come in. And again, right on target now. So he probably just needed a couple of deliveries to get warm, get the feel of the ball in his hands, get a feel of rounding his hand, and seeing how the ball comes out of his hands. And again, that's a very good going. They're going to have to hurry. And they do. There's a appeal for a run out, not out, says the umpire. Was a direct hit. And certainly from from that angle, it looked like he was just taking his time there. Racing up there was Joseph. But he was in. He was comfortably in at that point, despite the heroics there from square leg. Again, pitching up quite nicely and asking Joseph to come on to the front foot. Slightly quicker delivery and hurrying the batsman. End of the over, 2 completed, 6 without loss. So as the players change over, remember there are 2 right-handers, so they don't have to worry too much about every time the batsmen cross. They're going to have to adjust their positions. Wilshire is going to continue. 6 without loss. His first over cost him 3 runs. And he did maintain a very good line. And again, he's on target, just really putting the ball down in front of the batsman. They haven't really tried to be too adventurous against him just yet. And that's primarily to his credit, the fact that he's been able to find a good line and command the respect from the batsmen. Ryan Yearwood at slip, as is Virash Ramdeen. Ramdeen at first slip. Yearwood at second slip. And again, down the hill it goes. And that's well played. They're going to have to hurry the return. Again, Yearwood trying to intercept it. A little bit of a chase there for Nichols in the end. But he was able to limit them to 2 runs. I thought for a moment he might have prevented that second run, but they were keen to go back for that second run, and eventually they made it without too much bother. Still no adjustment in the field. I'm sure they're probably thinking of bringing that man at backward point a little bit straighter. And again, that's another good delivery. Just pitching up this time a little bit fuller and enticing the batsman to come onto that front foot and maybe try and drive at it, feeling for it. I don't think he went through with the shot, but that was partly because it was a late decision occasioned by the length that the bowler was bowling there, enticing him to want to come onto that front foot and maybe execute a big booming cover drive, but then found a little restraint because there are 2 slips and a keeper waiting there for any miscue. And again, and the down one hit the edge this time, and it went down. It was a good stop in the end by Ryan Yearwood in that second slip position. Good stop in the sense that he probably took it on the knee or something like that. The important thing is that it didn't go past him. And now he's being congratulated, but he's in all kind of pain as the ball again went down and struck him on the knee and keeps it at 8 without loss. But he will live, as they say. Might be in some discomfort. He's saying, first game of the year, and has this bruise. And it's like stifled appeal, but they're going to get a leg by. I don't think he got any butt onto that one. And yes, the umpire signals a leg bind. Ken coming in, and because we're not directly behind the bowler's arm, I couldn't tell you if that one was going to clip the leg stump or not, but you could clearly see it coming into the right-hander. We're going to have to rely on the umpire. And that's the case. Another strong appeal. The umpire says not out. And for the second time in succession, Wiltshire was crashing into the pads there. And on this occasion, Joseph survives as he was looking to cut it through the onside and living dangerously there going across the line of that one. It's the end of the over, 9 without loss now after 3. So Budu pitching right up, giving it generous flight. And that's what he wants to stay away from, because he has no protection on the onside. He just has that man at square leg, and anything that goes past him is almost a freebie. It's a gift you're giving them there. Again, you could see liking to come on. Jerome likes to come on to that front foot and execute that drive. And they're sending back, and unfortunately, he, as far as St. Mary's is concerned, he was able to check and go back quickly enough. For a moment there, they were interested, they looked keen, and but then cooler heads prevailed, and he went back. That's well played. That's brilliant. And that is going to run close to the boundary. In fact, it may not get there. In fact, it dies. And it just sort of held up. He's going to have to hurry, and almost gave it away there, Jerome. He called for that third run and then almost didn't make it. Unfortunately, fortunately, I should say, Toya's return wasn't the strongest, but it was accurate, and it almost resulted in the first wicket via the run-out route. The end of the over, and at the end of 4 overs, it's 12 without loss. Wiltshire, whose best bowling last season was 2 for 6. Looking for his first wicket here. Again, they're going to have to hurry. And once again, trying to probably run out that little knock Yearwood there that he got in the previous over. And probably just had to make sure that the foot was working. And but you could see him hesitate before releasing the ball. He probably wanted to make sure that he had proper footing under him. And by that time, the batsman were able to complete a comfortable single. So one more to Joseph. or rather one more to Jerome, I should say. Joseph is back on strike now. He's been the more sedate of the two. Not that Jerome has been explosive by any stretch of the imagination, but he's done the bulk of the scoring so far. Remember, these are 50 overs a side affair. There are no, how should I say, no field restrictions and no power plays either, but there are bonus points. This time he was drifting down that leg side, called a wide. And once again, I'm sure that he'll be looking up at the field and realize that he has fewer fielders on the onside, so you don't want to stray into the pads too much. He got away with it there, but only just. And conceded a wide. That's a beauty. And you could see that extra little bounce there, and that is what they would have been hoping for, to hence the decision to field first. I'm sure they would have been hoping to see a lot more of that and probably closer to the off stump. But that was a good delivery because it pitched and just climbed. So there's a little switcheroo and slip. Coming into first slip now is Yearwood. And Ramdeen is at second slip. Okay, and this is good bowling from Wiltshire. His line has been pretty good. Other than that delivery that drifted down the leg side, he's been pretty accurate with his line, which has been outside the off stump, just outside. Hit the pads on a couple of occasions as well. But in the main, he's been focusing on a line just outside the off stump, trying to see if he could hit the edge and present an opportunity to any of the two or the wicketkeeper. He is again touching down just outside that off stump, so his line remains consistent. And of course, when you're bowling in your first match of a season, you could see him putting his hands on his hips, so he's probably a little bit winded right now. But that's just the first spell. That you kind of like have to burn through that. It's like nervous energy. You get rid of it, and here he is bending over. So he's probably feeling the effects of that early burst. But I'm sure, especially with all the training they've been doing, that he's probably gonna get it going again. But his line remains immaculate, though. That's good bowling from the young man. Keeping it very tight indeed. It's the end of the over, and for a change, we've had 2 runs from that over instead of 3. So at the end of it, it's 14 without loss. So Budu, who is getting ready to continue here, part of the ambience here at the Presentation College ground. Nice little breeze. And Budu still trying to entice the batsman to present a big drive outside the off stump. So far, Jerome has resisted. And he would think that he missed out there. Now, did he miss it completely, or did it brush the pad? Because it wasn't called a wide, so it must have struck something on the way through there, and I feel it brushed the pad. Yeah, it probably did. But more importantly, that could easily have been 4 runs. That's well played. And a good bit of fielding as well from Bechu. So good cricket all around. Another nicely flighted delivery from Budu. So again, he's not afraid to, as we say in local parlance, put it up in jar breeze and tempt the batsmen. Set it up above their eye level, see if they lose their cool. And there's another stifled appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Coming on to the front foot again. Maybe a little bit of turn. And taking it into the pad. And probably taking it away from the leg stump. Yeah, there is some turn there for him. So Budu would be encouraged by that. No doubt. And this time he's decided he's going to take matters into his own hands there and picks up the first boundary of the morning. And certainly a real agricultural swipe. And just to relieve the pressure there and not allowing the bowler to get away with those nicely flighted deliveries as he's accustomed to doing this. So 4 runs to Joseph. And that now pushes the score now to 19 without loss. So Wiltshire is going to fight through whatever discomfort he's been having. He looked like a real spent force at the end of that previous over, his third. But he's coming back to start his fourth now. 19 without loss. Not for 7 so far for Wiltshire. With a little bit more luck, he might have had a wicket, hit the edge a couple of occasions. Again, just using that little corridor of uncertainty outside that off stump. You could see the batsman wanting to play or shaping to play and then having to show restraint. And that's it. That's the good thing. When you play at this level, the inclination is it's a limited overs game, so you want to go helter-skelter early. But it's 50 overs. That's 300 balls. And this time trying to turn it on the onside. Another appeal. Probably height might be doing him in on this occasion. But Wiltshire creating problems. Looks like it was a late decision, too, to go across the line on that one, trying to flick it away on the onside. So Wiltshire would be buoyed by that, no doubt, looking to see if he can't prize out another wicket or prize out the first wicket of this innings. And the there's a little nibble, probably brushed the pad on the way through. And there was a little tickle there, but he was trying to turn it on the onside. And, but if I'm to read the umpire, yeah, you could see it brush the pad on the way through. So another good decision by umpire Maynard. He's a big fella. I don't know if these youngsters are going to argue with him too much. But when you appeal, you have to ask kindly, is that out? And if he says no, that's the end of story. This time he's pulling away brilliantly. And that too is going to go very close to the boundary. and it doesn't get there. In fact, it stops just inches from the boundary. They're going back for and they're going to run all four. Well, that's brilliant running. If we look at it again, he was turning it nicely into the square leg position, and the ball actually stopped. And by the time the fielder picked it up or juggled it, the batsmen were back scampering. So Jerome now on to 14. Score pushes on to 23 for no loss. Again, another beauty. Beating him nicely just outside that off stump. Really probing there from Wiltshire. But certainly excellent bowling here. He's really fallen on a nice line and a good length as well. And he's just probing away. And that's but Wiltshire. Luck not going his way just yet. Hit the pad on a couple of occasions. Those were turned down by the umpire. But he's certainly keeping things in perspective. The end of the over 7 completed. It's 23 without loss. So Pudu, he's going to continue from the bottom end. And again, he's trying to go through the onside and not able to get it past the man at mid-wicket. A bit of a juggle there. I don't think he knew exactly where the ball had gone, Ramdeen. But he did well. The most important thing, that he kept it in front of him and kept it close to him. And again, quick running. And, the return hits the stumps, and they're going to go back for the overthrow. So good running on the part of these two, although it has to be said that they're just giving the opponents a little hint of an opportunity here to effect a run out. Although on this occasion, I thought he was comfortably home. And one of the things that I'm noticing, the two attempted runners, one is from backward point and the other one is a square leg. And both fielders are doing the same thing. They're picking up the ball, standing up and trying to return it. And again, this time he hits it straight down the throat of the man at mid-on. The catch is taken, and that is the end of Joseph for 7. And talking about Joseph for 7, Bechu, Sanjeev Bechu is the man taking the catch. So a fantastic catch taken there. It was traveling, came straight at him though, and but he held on for dear life. So 25 for 1, and that signals the arrival of Captain Salim Khan, who is making his way. And when Salim was introduced, or when they saw him stepping out, the entire student population here went up in a roar. Yeah, you would think Ronnie Bikram Das was making his appearance on the ground. But it just tells you in what high esteem they hold Salim. I don't think Ronnie would mind too much. The youngster gets his flowers. And, he's left-handed, so this is obviously a slightly different dimension, but thrown around. And immediately it peels off the outside edge. And he's on his way. You could just see oozing confidence, not afraid to put back the ball. First delivery faced. Coming onto that front foot and driving. It has to be said that Boudou is not afraid to give it a little bit of air whenever he can. And it's turned there, but a slow turn. It's not prodigious turn. And Salim Khan, one of the youngsters who now takes center stage for this team. And again, that's a brilliant shot. He went aerial and he knew exactly what he was doing there. Jerome hit it beautifully and hit it down to the wide long off position for 4 runs. And that ends the over, another over completed. 8 gone, it's 30 for 1. So again, it looks like they're persisting here with Wilshire. So he's going to bowl 5 on the trot. After that third over, he looked like he was ready to come into the pavilion, but he's been able to fight through it. Like I said, it's probably just need to break that wind. And then it gets a little bit easier the rest of the way. But that initial burst there, it's almost like it's a shock to the system. And all your inside feels like sand. It starts to churn up and you're wondering if you'll make it through the day. But once you fight through that, everything becomes a lot easier. And then you rely on your fitness, or you trust your fitness to take you through. The left-handed Salim Khan waits. And again, he's driving this one down behind point for a couple. I don't think he's going to stress too much, but he just looks like he's keen on getting on with things here. He played a nice sort of slash cut drive. And now he's rehearsing a late dab. I don't know what the process is with him. So maybe he wants to get it a little bit finer instead of hitting it that hard and hitting it just to the right of the backward point. Yes, another good delivery. That one came back at him and it came back viciously. And that's a very good delivery there from Wilshire. Coming around the wicket and angling it into the left-hander. Certainly, see a lot of thought going into his bowling. He knows this might be the big fish here. If he could break this partnership, if he could get Can cheaply before he settles, that would be a big time. This one is aerial again. Probably not in total control. Did it go all the way? I think it's gone all the way for 6 runs. The first of the innings. And Salim Khan wasn't in total control of it, but got enough of it and pushed it over the long off boundary for the first 6 of the morning. What does Wilshire have as a response? Pitching up again, and this time the batsman don't try to scamper a run. Wasn't in total control of that drive, but again the length is what was teasing for him. It was pitched up just outside the off stump. So nice bright conditions prevailing here at the Presentation College ground in Chagaunas. And again, plenty of time. Seemed almost like it's a delayed shot, that he just got into position and had to wait on it. And then he just kind of swatted it down, square the wicket on the onside to end the over. And at the end of that over, it's 40 for 1 now. 9 overs completed. And just to bring you up to speed here on some other scores. Presentation College of San Fernando, 104 without loss in their game against Naparima College. Hillview College, 59 for 3 against Vishnu Boys. And Shiva Boys are batting 63 without loss against Queens Royal College. And Budu's bowled him. He went right across the line of that one. Really another nicely flighted delivery. And Jerome couldn't resist. He goes bowled neck and crop for 18. It's 40 now for 2. And Budu has broken through here with the 2 wickets to fall. And certainly a bit of a disappointing way to end for Jerome, who's been very positive with his stroke play, but again deciding to chance his hand here to, as they say, have a dip. The only problem when you dip like that and you miss, this is what happens. And he, as you say, head in the air, and really missed everything and was bowled neck and crop. So young Budu has picked up 2 wickets so far. And doing very well. Zakaria Mohammed is the new batsman. And again, 36 would have been his high score. Remember, there are some changes from last year's team. And so some of these youngsters are now stepping into the breach here. And that was the first wicket to fall, and this was the wicket just there. Look at it. He just went right across the line of the ball. And really an ugly sight if you're a batsman, because he was on one knee, an indication that he was not in control of where he wanted to put the ball. Well, he knew that there was no mid-wicket, and he was trying to take advantage of that. But all the same, 40 for 2 now. And here's another one. There's a loud appeal. The umpire puts up the finger. Well. Back-to-back wickets here. And what a blow this is. Mohammed really just never played a shot. And what a breakthrough that is. That's a big blow. And you look at it again, and certainly he missed it and was struck, according to the umpire, in front there. You could see the leg taking a while to come across. He seemed to drive at the ball, missed it, and was struck on the back foot. So certainly a nice twist here. And Boodoo, the danger man, with 3 wickets so far, 3 for 18. It's now 40 for 3. And that means that arriving at the crease now is Ramnanan Cristiano. So all of a sudden, things starting to happen here. And it's this man, the number 8 on his back. He's on a hat-trick. This is the hat-trick ball. And this time, easily, Ramananan coming on to the front foot and keeping it out, denying him the prospects of a hat-trick. At least just so far, let's put it that way. Because with these spinners, they can take wickets in bunches. And here he is again. Just a little bit of spin there, hitting the outside edge. I'm surprised they haven't tacked on another slip, or maybe even a forward short leg, just to confuse the batsman a little bit, make him think that the wicket is turning square and that he's under threat coming on to the front foot. And again, he decides to take it on the back foot as he pulls it onto the onside, sort of tugs it to the onside more than anything else. Probably the lack of pace in the wicket. So now he's decided, Boodoo has decided to drop the long on and the long off back. Remember, there are no fielding restrictions. Not that he would have been in violation, because everybody else is in that inner ring. And again, the turn is slow, not very prodigious. The end of a pretty productive over from a St. Mary's standpoint. 2 wickets falling in that over from the youngster Samuel Boodoo. And at the end of it, right now, Presentation College of Chagaunas rocked 2 wickets going down in the same over. It's 40 for 3 now after 10. So again, you're just looking at some of the highlights from earlier. And so far, so good for these two bowlers. This man in particular, that was his second wicket, and that was the third. Back-to-back deliveries. Wilshire, though, is again pitching up outside the off stump, and a big booming drive coming there from Ken. But you'd think he might want to just kind of restrain himself from that, because they've lost those two crucial wickets. And you don't want to lose another one right away. But that's easier said than done. We live in an era where the approach is see ball, hit ball. And the problem with that is these guys have 20/20 vision, so they see the ball all the time and they want to hit it all the time. That's better. That's another good delivery, though, from Wiltshire. A little bit of bounce. It's almost like a tennis ball bounce. You could see the ball hitting and looping. It's not taking off, but it's looping a little bit. So there's something else the batsman will have to contend with. Now let's see if he's able to do anything with it. He's bowling from over the wicket to the left-hander, trying to push it across him. The slipper's gone wide. Hits nicely. Back past the bowler. That's a safe zone. When you're hitting on the offside of the wicket, the bowler in his follow-through could hardly stop that. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate all of the schools who participated in the secondary schools, primary schools panorama, junior panorama yesterday out at Skinner Park, and the day before, the under-19s and the under-21s in the junior panorama at the Queen's Park Savannah. Congrats to St. Francois Girls College and to Shell Invaders Steel Orchestra winning the under-21 title. So now we're looking at Ramananan, who is yet to get off the mark. Waiting on Wilshire. And that's right on target again from Wilshire. He hasn't had a wicket, but he's more than done his part in keeping things comfortable. To keep everything in front of him there. I'm really impressed with his line. He's been very consistent and not strayed too much. And that's more like it. If he's erred at all, he's probably bowled a little bit wider, but he has not gone onto the pads too much where there's limited protection. Even though he has a fine leg, and there's a square leg as well, mid-wicket and a mid-on, but he's focused on taking the ball across the left-hander, which is good, sensible bowling. He's bowling from over the wicket. We see a lot of bowlers now immediately on a left-hander coming to the crease. They tend to go around the wicket and try to angle the ball into them and then take it away. Yeah, he's opting to try and take it across the left-hander and pushes it up, but it's played out into the outside. That ends the over, and 11 now in the books. It's 41 for 3. So 41 for 3. Remember the men out so far. Jerome for 18, Joseph for 7, and Mohammed without scoring. First ball. What a way to start the new season. The first ball duck. The good thing about that is that he could be saying in his mind, could only go up from there. Can't get any worse. Is a delivery that this one crept. So we're beginning to see a little bit of the vagaries of the wicket. Now that it's starting to dry off, we've seen a couple deliveries keeping very low, although they're doing so off the wicket, well, off the stumps. And that's nicely played. Didn't try to hit it too hard. And so Khan tucks on another one. He goes to 13. 42 for 3 now in over number 12. Presentation College of Chagaunas put into bat by St. Mary's College. The team they pipped to the title a year ago. And here they are facing off to start the new season. Boodoo again, very, very accomplished. Not afraid to put the ball in the air and try to put it in front of the batsman. And almost daring them to take chances. And again, and this one is hit. What a catch! Magnificent catch taken there, and he could run the entire field. What a brilliant effort it is. And Wilshire, they're still trying to catch up with him, and they can't. But what an amazing catch that is. You could see it was a big booming drive by Ramnanan, and he couldn't keep it down. And what a brilliant diving catch there in the covers. And that's the kind of catch that you could be proud of. And how often have you heard that? In the first day of the season, you have a candidate for Catch of the Year. What a brilliant effort it is. I think the players are going to take some refreshments now, and they really need a break just to digest what just transpired there. But at the end of it, it's another duck on the books here. But what a brilliant catch. It's 42 now for 4. So back here, we have a little bit of delay. Khan has been doing some repairs. I think he's put on some strapping on his left leg. And so it took a little while longer. The players were already back in position, the fielding team that is, waiting on him. But I think he's ready to go. He's been joined for the moment by Alim Nabi at the other end. So Nabi it is who's going to face up to Budu. Budu so far 4 for 19. Samir Budu, he's been the destroyer so far. All 4 wickets going to the little off spinner. And he's going to try again, another left-hander. So this has really been good from St. Mary's, but that catch, really, they're going to be talking about that for a while. Budu again, generous flight. Really just tempting the batsman to try to come after him. And in the process, get themselves out. And that's the end of another pretty good over from him. And at the end of it, it's he remains with 4 for 19. And St. Mary's doing well. Presentation College, after being put in, a 42 for 4 now after 12. Ramdeen. Varisht Ramdeen or Varish. So here's Varish Ramdeen now, taking over the top end and driven nicely. But you could see that there is some discomfort, I would imagine, for Salim Khan. He's not moving as freely as he was earlier. Not that he was sprinting earlier, but I think that knee or something is giving him a little bit of problem. Like I said, he did put on a strapping on it during the water break, and every so often he kind of reaches for it. And here's another ball. Now it's not called a wide, so again I don't know if it brushed the pad on the way through. Now I know they've adjusted the rules to suggest that if it's close enough, that it may not be called by the umpire. It's up to the umpire's discretion, I would imagine. Here's a full toss that he can't put away. So that's why sometimes if you don't see the deflection, you're never quite sure. But the umpire didn't signal wide. Similarly, we seen Ramdeen pitching on a pretty good line. He too is giving the ball generous flight. Now there's a mid-off, but he's not all the way back. He's not even 3/4 of the way back. Again, driving it into the offside, but can't beat that in a ring right now. But these are challenging times here for presentation Chagaunas. Cannot afford to lose another wicket right away. Quicker delivery that goes right through him. There's an appeal, not out, says the umpire. Again, a nice quicker delivery there. Caught him on the move. And luckily for Nabi, probably a little too high, or he might have gotten a little inside edge. But that ends the over. The first from Ramdeen. And you look at it again here. And again, just rushing onto him. Caught him on the move. Caught him pinned to the crease as well. Just seemed to be leaning forward. And but he survives. 43 for 4 now after 13. Boodoo continues, and this is an almighty swing here. And I already have to believe that that leg is beginning to bother Khan. And so he's probably going to try and take what he could get. Because I really feel he's not comfortable out there. I don't know if he might be better off coming in, getting some treatment before going back out, rather than just swing the bat and give his hand away. I don't think his coach would be too happy with that. But he looks like the type of batsman who just likes to feel bat and ball, and is not going to leave too many deliveries. And in fact, he's going to try to score off as many of them as possible. But he could run into problems doing that. Again, ball's keeping a little bit low. It's a little too pace at that top end. And variable bunks as well. But then Boodoo's not a tall man. And this time he got a little extra there because he kind of put that one into the wicket and really spun it. So he's mixing up his deliveries quite nicely. He's one away from a fifer. I'm sure he'd love to get that here. And this is the big fish. That's a great shot. Into the gap it goes. But they'll only get one because, once again, Khan is not able to sprint too much. And he didn't seem like he was ever interested in going back for that second run. Boodoo has really done very well. Opened the bowling and is still going. More generous flight driven, but finding in the way there is Tom. And the over comes to an end at the end of it. 14 completed now. And it's 44 for 4. Just the one run in that over. And that's a gift. And he says, thank you very much. And he just plants that away 4 runs. But a real gift there. Blasted away through that extra cover region. And down to the deep extra cover boundary for 4 runs. So 4 welcome runs to Presentation College of Chagaunas. They've really found runs hard to come by. But when you give him a gift like that, Khan, despite his pain, whatever discomfort he's experiencing, he's not going to miss out on that too often. Another quicker delivery. This one again, spoons up in the air, but can live in a bit of a charmed life here at times. Salim doesn't seem to, really hasn't settled. And just seemed to want to, almost like a shot a ball is how he's trying to approach things here now. That should take the score to 14-9 now for 4. 1 away from the 50-run total. And they'll get it here. That's a great shot. Gets it into the gap. But once more, what looked like the prospects of 2 it will now be just a single. That's Boodoo, the wicket taker. 4 wickets to his name, this young man. What a way to start the new season. You know, you dream about that. Probably last night you'd have gone through this game in his head 4 or 5 times. Here he goes again into the air, but again he gets it into the gap, and that's 4 more. And I wonder how long it's going to take the captain to probably put somebody out there and see if that deters him from playing that shot. Maybe play a different shot. But now Boodoo has dropped back all the way back, almost just a couple meters in from the boundary at that deep cover position. Now let's see if he will go in that general direction, or if he'll go squarer. And that's well played again. Just nibbling that one. It's not going to get to the boundary. And this time he will come back for a second run. So the scoreboard ticking over quite nicely. They've gone past the 50-run total now. So maybe this is the cue for them to sort of kick on. They still have a lot of overs to play with. And he's going aerial, and again he's getting it into the gap, and that's 4 more. Still, he doesn't seem to be hitting the ball as cleanly as he would like, but he's not afraid to put bat to ball. Salim Khan, he picks up another boundary here. He goes racing along now to 30 from 23 deliveries with 3 4s and a 6. And at the end of that over, it's 60 for 4. So 60 for 4 after 15 overs. So simple calculation. They're going at 4 and over, which is not bad. Problem is they've lost those 4 crucial wickets. And they have an injured batsman out there who is going to try and get as many runs as possibly can. But it's this man, Boodoo, who is causing real problems. Get a bit of extra bonks there. He's not a tall man. So we've seen a couple of deliveries keep low. But now when he really grips it and rings it, he's able to extract that extra bonks from around the wicket. Through and around he goes. And still, they haven't opted to bring in a second slip maybe, or a gully. Especially if you have a bowler who's capable of generating a little extra bonks. And with left-handers at the crease, you're almost compelled to put in another close-in fielder. But so far, they have resisted that temptation there. Captain Ali is with the gloves behind the stumps. And here's another one that just rolled almost. And we had one in the over that jumped at the batsman Nabi. This one kept very low, and it went right through the legs of wicketkeeper Ali for the bye. So just something more for the batsman to have to think about. Which one is going to jump and which one is going to keep low. Which one is going to turn and which one is going to come with the arm. Now they've decided that they need a long on and a deep mid wicket for the left-hander. There's a long off and a cover on the boundary. So they're not wasting any time at all. They're just trying to plug those gaps because they know Khan is looking to offload here. And this time he takes a comfortable single. You could see he's in some real discomfort. It's almost like he could barely run to complete the single. And that's a recipe for a run out, because if one batsman is eager and keen at one end, the other one is incapable at the other end, well, you could have a mix-up at any time. It's another quicker delivery there from Budu, really trying his best to see if we could get through that defense once again. The end of the over, 16 completed, 62 for 4. Toya. So you see Tristan Toya is coming into the attack now, replacing Ramdeen. And that's it, another full toss put into the air, but it's in the gap. They're going to get one. Under normal circumstances, they probably would have comfortably gone for a second. Only this time, because of the handicap that Khan has, he's just ambling a single, but he's more than happy to put bat to ball. And he's done the bulk of the scoring so far. He's on 32 not out from 25 deliveries. Nabi, who's faced 14 balls, just has a single to his name. Now the field closes in for him. And he again is reaching at the delivery outside the off stump. And really just chasing after a fairly wide delivery. Again, delivery pitched up, over pitched actually, but not punished. Bowling from around the wicket, and it has to try and find that length, that perfect length. Driving again, and this could be problems here, just as I was suggesting earlier. When you have one batsman who is eager to run and another one that is sort of hobbled at the other end, there is a distinct recipe for a run out. And so said, so done. Nabi goes run out. He was scampering down for a single, which under normal circumstances would have been a comfortable single, except Khan never moved. In fact, Khan never left his crease, so he had no intention of running there. And you look at it again, the ball was placed nicely into the gap. Oh, that was a hit from earlier, but certainly a bad mix-up there on the part of those two, and that could be very worrying for them at this stage. Joshua Joseph is at the crease. So there is the run out. Look at where the two batsmen, look at where Khan is he never broke the crease at the non-striker's end. So he had no intention of running. And his partner almost ran the full length of the pitch and was on his way back but he just couldn't get back in time. He went so far because it's almost like he never looked at his partner. And by the time he did, he was 3/4 of the way flying, going up to the non-striker's end, thinking that this is a comfortable single. Only his teammate never responded. So they've lost a 5th wicket now at 63 now for 5. And another left-hander in Joshua Joseph is at the crease. So that ends the over. 63 for 5 at the end of 17. So the first ball is just pushed out into the outside. So something else now for presentation for Khan in particular to think about. And hasn't gone according to plan just yet from him. And this is what I'm referencing here. They really need to maybe consider an extra fielder in that gully position or at second slip. Especially to Khan, because you know he's going to go hard at the ball at times. And you sort of increase your chances there of getting a single, but they resisted that. So one more to the score. Nichols down at long on does the needful. And that brings Joseph on strike now. Joshua Joseph, another one of the U15s and talents. So these players are young players now learning about the game of cricket, learning about their own individual games as well. And chasing after a wide there. That ball is very wide indeed. And really, only bad things can happen when you're playing at deliveries that far away from your body. But he couldn't resist. And Boodoo again, almost as if he's teasing him, pushing it wider and wider, and asking him to come and fetch it. And that's a better line delivery, but very well played in the end by Joseph. That ends the over. 4 for 22 to Boodoo. 18 overs now completed. It's 64 for 5. For 5, and it's going to be Toya who's going to continue. Khan not interested, and quite rightly so. 5 wickets down. You don't want to risk another wicket now. They need a partnership of some sort here. And that's a wide. That started wide and it stayed wide. And the big figure there of umpire Maynard stretches his arms like big statue. Christ the Redeemer in Brazil. And again, what would have been under normal circumstances a single goes for noughts, and we saw what happened the last time they got their wires crossed. On this occasion, they decided against even attempting a single when one should have been had. Another delivery that is so wide that could easily have left it. He again put the bat out there. And even though the ball went to the edge of where they were, the 30-meter mark, the batsman still didn't get a single. That's again because of Khan's limitation. So it's almost like if they're working on his patience here now, outside at Oftham. And this one, again, he can't take advantage of it. So another loose delivery. But sometimes when you get into that shell, it's difficult to break out of it. And that's a pretty good delivery, the best delivery of the over to end the over. And at the end of it, 19 completed. It's 65 for 5. So Budu is going to, it's almost like he's going to bowl out here. Yeah, 4 for 22 from 9. So this is his 10th over. And he's bowled really, really well. And I'm sure he'll be striving for that 5th wicket. And with a turn there as well. And I would imagine the presentation players are probably thinking, if you could only give our bowlers some kind of a chance here. Maybe a score somewhere in the close to 150 if possible. And just to give their bowlers something to bowl at. Because there is turn. You could see the turn in the wicket. Joseph is very watchful. And the bus is zooming past us in the busy metropolis that is Chagaunas. Here's another good delivery, pitching and leaving him outside the off stump, and really groping at it up there is Joshua Joseph. Misses and survives to fight another day. Budu again, nice generous flight just outside that off stump there. He's been consistent. It's a lot to be said there for the young man. He's held on to that line admirably. Quicker delivery, flatter, and it goes rushing through to end the over. A maiden, And 4 for 22 for the young man after 10 overs. So it remains 65 for 5 at the end of over number 20. So now you will see what other options Simeris would have in their toolkit in terms of a bowling change. In the meantime, Toya is continuing. And back-to-back drives through the offside, but he can't get it in the gap just yet anyway. Certainly it's a sort of like a repeat. Pitching it up, driving it, not running. And this time he's going to get the single. And Boudou and company doing the smart thing. They're throwing to the end that he's running towards, as if to hurry him up a little bit, inflicting pain wherever possible and however possible. And that's one way to force him to have to put pressure on that leg. Just to try and run quickly. Right now he's just hobbling and ambling, taking his time. So Joseph has to be careful here. You don't want to go the way of his teammate. Presentation, Chagaunas really fighting here. They have to. Somebody has to give them something to work with. The end of the over, and at the end of it, 66 now for 5 after 21. So again, if you're just joining us this morning, after we had the official opening ceremony, if you look at the cameraman there, just taking a little breather from his duties and probably getting in a message or two. But Simeris won the toss, asked presentation to bat, and after 21 overs, it's 66 for 5. So it's been a bit of a slow burn for them, especially once Khan got injured. He was hobbled, something with his knee. This one is hit in the air. Is it going to come down? I don't think he's seeing it. And in fact, it drops a fair distance from him and never really saw the ball at square leg. He was trying to run back and the ball just skied up in the air. So Khan living a bit of a charmed life. He's taking chances, and so far it's been working for him. So he inches on by one more now, although he slowed down considerably. He's up to 34. And but that one is angling down the leg side, although there is this appeal. Big appeal going up, but to no avail. Again, from around the wicket, very slow there is Ramdeen. Varish Ramdeen. Switching ends now. Somebody has to take over from Boudou. What a start to the season. 4 for spit, as we say. 4 for 22. from his 10 overs, so he's done very well. Okay, and there's just that little turn that he's getting there, keeping the batsman honest. Joshua Joseph probably would love to be able to just swing the bat. Again, a quicker delivery, angled on the legs, but turned away, but can't be the fielder. That ends another pretty quick over. 67 for 5 now after 22. So another mid-pitch discussion. Obviously, they're trying to plan some kind of strategy here, how they're going to counter-attack this St. Mary's bowling, which has been pretty good so far. It's really put pressure on the presentation. And that's another glorious shot, but just a single for it. Still, they're just trying to keep things tight, keep things turning around. Now you could just see probably a little bit of trust here, because there are 3 fielders on the onside. There's nobody out on the onside. In fact, there's nobody out on either side. There's a slip, a backward point, a squarish cover, and an extra cover, as well as a mid-off. That's the offside. And on the onside, you have a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a square leg. Almost all inside the circle. Again, standing up and putting it on one foot. Not giving them too much to work with right now. St. Mary's. And there he goes again, trying to get on with things here, Joseph. He has to be careful. Bowlers are just, as I say, trying to get him to drown in honey. It's a slow turner there. But not able to take advantage of it. And that's again because of the running between the wickets, or the lack of running between the wickets, occasioned by the injury to the star batsman, Ken. So pushing it out, keeping him out for the moment, Joshua Joseph. And at the end of that over, 23 going, 68 for 5. So continuing from the southern end, it's going to be Vashit Ramdeen bowling right arm around the wicket. And this one is in the air, and he drops it. He started slowly, couldn't get under it. In fact, he might have gotten his hands to it at the end, but Toya just couldn't get in there enough to hold on to it. And again, this is Khan really taking his life in his hands. He's trying to hit an off spinner over mid-wicket. And again, this one goes up in the air. And, well, talk about a real, almost like a rush of blood. He's almost as if he's saying, I've had enough of this. And anytime the bowler throws the ball up in the air, he is just having an almighty swing, but he's swinging across the line as opposed to probably going with the tide, with the spin, maybe hit it over extra cover. There is a gap over the head of the man at extra cover. There is a deep cover and a long off, as well as a long on, but he keeps trying to go across it, so he's hitting just a tiny portion of the bat. Here he goes again, and this time he gets it to square leg. So a real sort of mixed bag this from Can. It's almost like he's just throwing caution to the wind now, and he just wants to get on with things. And no need to worry about that. He's going to take that single. Remember, he is carrying an injury if you're just joining us. And so he's probably, I don't know if it's acting up, and he's just deciding to take as many as he could. This time he hits it, and it's dropped again, right through the hands down there. Certainly, it's almost like they didn't want to catch it. It was a simple opportunity, and Boodoo puts it down. Well, so Can, in back-to-back efforts there, almost gave his wicket away. And Boodoo, who's done remarkably well with the ball, this is an edge, and this time it goes to the right of the fielder at slip. Not much Yearwood could do there. It actually bounced before it passed him, and so really could have had a wicket or two in that over there, Ramdeen. Instead, he will walk away very disappointed, and will have to try again. The end of the over, 71 for 5 now after 24. And it looks as if finally he's going to come off, because it's probably paining him so much now. And this is something that I had suggested earlier. Would have been better he came off, got some treatment, and just allowed the leg to rest a little bit, and then come back probably once he's maybe free of pain. But maybe the pain now is so severe that he has decided to come off, and Can is on now that he has opted to come off. Was he 30? I think they removed it, but I think he was on 38 at the time. So I just want to verify 37 when he retired. At 71 for 5 when he left. So we keep a note of that. He has been replaced now by Ali Khan, Raid Ali Khan. The man with the big number. And here's another one, hits the outside edge from Joshua Joseph's bat. And this might be a blessing in disguise, probably, for presentation, because now you have two fit runners, who able-bodied runners at the crease, so they might be able to pick up quick singles. And they really wasted a number of runs already because of Khan's injury. They were not able to take many a run. And in fact, it accounted for one run out. So continuing here is Tristan Toya. Remember, he dropped that catch coming in at short point, backward point there. Khan was the batsman. That would have been a crucial wicket. And that's a good shot. Got inside of it. That too is going to run very close to the boundary. And it's going to stop as well. They're coming back for a third. And again, as we were saying, because these are two fitter batsmen, they can force a third run like they did there. In fact, when you look up, you saw Ali Khan thinking of possibly 4, running all 4. Yeah, I suppose this is a big enough ground where you could do that. Again, they thought about it for a moment. I thought they were going to sprint through for a quick single, but they decided against it, sensing the danger there with Shavim Khan looking at that square leg position there, just by the umpire. Pitching up again. Toya not afraid to flight the ball. Really asking the batsman to take chances there. At the end of the over, 25 completed. We're at the halfway stage. It's 75 for 5 now. So let's see how they continue here with Ramdeen continuing from this end. He had an over where he could easily have had Khan on 2 occasions. Both chances were put down. Third one hit the edge and went past slip, but I don't think that one went to hand. But Khan is still retired. Was on 37 when he left. Hopefully they'll be able to bring him back and allow him the opportunity to bat and try to score as many runs as he can. And again, pitching up nicely here. Joseph has to be careful, as is Ali Khan. You could just see Ramdeen aiming for that gap between bat and pad. Tried a quicker one there, but he was badly lined. So again, this is Power Gen Secondary Schools cricket action, the Premier Division, the opener between last year's the winners, Presentation Chagaunas, 2-time back-to-back winners looking for a hat-trick this year, and St. Mary's College, the team that finished second to them on the table a year ago. This time he's going to have to hurry, and he does. But once again, the principle, the fielding principle is what is a little bit off there. Although he picked up the ball cleanly, Bechu, it took him so long to release it at mid-on that the batsman had more than enough time to make his ground. When you're fielding in those positions, as the players change in 76 for 5 at the end of that over, 26 completed. I was saying, when you're fielding in those positions that close to the wicket, you almost, if you go down to field the ball, you have to throw the ball from that position or as close to that position as possible. The length of time it takes for you to stand up to aim and throw, the batsman's home most times. So you have to develop now when you're that close to the wicket to pick it up and underarm it or flick it, do something to get it back to the wicket as quickly as possible. Once you straighten up and you stand up to throw overhand, that opportunity could be lost. Toya doing very well at that top end, more spin. Ali Khan not able to get it away. So this is very good from St. Mary's, keeping things very, very tight indeed. Challenge for them will be their batsmen. Can their batters come to the party, whatever total they're chasing? Defended very well in the end to keep it out. The end of another tidy over. A maiden over, 76 for 5 at the end of it. So 76 for 5, and I think we're going to have a bowling change. And it looks like the Josiah Nichols is coming on. So a little bit of an adjustment. So we're trying to ring the changes here, looking for that breakthrough here, see if he can keep taking wickets. They had a couple opportunities, they just didn't take them. So now he's trying to see if Nichols could come and maybe do the business for him. And another delivery, slow outside that off them, almost like if he's daring you to drown in honey. Come out there and make shots. And this one again, he's not to the pitch of it. There's just something there. So the little leg spinner starting to resemble a danger man. Can he pitch it properly? That's the important thing. Wrist spin is a difficult craft. And sometimes things can go horribly wrong, especially when your mechanics are not as polished as his is. He is again trying to get it behind point. He'll get a single this time. So they're really having a hard time really trying to get at the bowlers right now. Just trying to deal it in singles for the moment. And so we see the players have another break now, the lunch break. So the footballers are back. It's like every opportunity they get to kick around, they do. That's the beauty of having your field on the compound. And turn away on the onside, but just directly to the man at that short square leg position. just slightly backward. And again. So Nichols in his first over hasn't really found a consistent line yet. And here's another appeal, but not out, says the umpire. And the batsman rehearses a big hike over mid-wicket. He played nothing like that with the ball there. And in fact survived a very confident appeal at the end. But that's it. That ends the over. And at the end of 28, it's 78 for 5. And again, they're ringing the changes. Sanjeev Bechu is coming on at the top end. So that almost everybody could do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So, captain striving for a breakthrough here. We'd love to get rid of this partnership. Although they haven't been running away with the score. He might think they're just using up valuable overs here. If he could knock them over quickly, then get around the business of scoring the runs. And again, a big turner coming at the batsman who just sort of stands up and pushes it. But I'm sure he must be thinking, look at that big gap between mid-on and the man at deep mid-wicket. So that might be where he's aiming. He can also aim directly over the bowler's head. The mid-on is fairly wide. The mid-off is fairly wide. So there's this nice corridor for him to go straight. And this one is coming right through. Did he get the edge onto it? The keeper couldn't hold on. Well, well, well. You could see the big turn there. And, yep, he got the inside edge. And the captain, Ali, who has taken the gloves, failed to hold on to it. And it was James who is 3. Again, they can't get a single, but they need to figure out how do they really settle themselves and just try and take up the wickets. They're creating the chances. And again, they're going to have to hurry. And this time he's a striker directed, but I think he's home. Ali Khan again was actually pulling up now. That is a lot better, even though he was slow in getting off the mark. But look at where he threw the ball from. He was down in a crouch position and he released it from the crouch position. And batsman comfortably home in the end. So one by one, it's ticking over. 79 now for 5. Remember when Khan left, it was 71 for 5. So they've added 8 runs since. And that one is a gift. There is nobody out there. And he says, thank you very much. And really just slammed it away for 4 runs. A real gift there, and taking full advantage of that one. 83 for 5 now after 29. St. Mary's College desperate for a wicket here now. They don't want the game to sort of get away from them. You know, and try to get around the business of picking up a couple of wickets. They've threatened to do so. And the quick single again, but once more the batsmen are very alert, and immediately on playing the shot, he was on the move to get off strike there quickly, Joshua Joseph. And a real gift again. And the field placing too. They're going back for the second run. He's going to have to hurry. And he misses. Well. It's almost like if when the wicketkeeper swung around, I think he missed the stumps. Because the return was not a bad one. Didn't have far to go. And going scampering after it here, he came around. The wicket batsman was trying to get in there unless he felt the batsman was home. But when he came back, came around, the batsman was to his back. So I don't know if he just felt he was back in and he opted not to break the stumps. Pushed down to mid-on rather, another quick single taken. Again, the fielders are back on their heels as opposed to attacking the ball a lot of times. And this is good running because they're putting pressure on the fielders. Here's another delivery that is just played away down behind square. There's nobody down there. In fact, the fielder is at square leg short. That ball was more backward square, almost a fine leg. But they only settle for one. Things starting to heat up again. These two trying to push on. 88 now for 5. Now they decided that they're going to have another little break at the end of that over. 88 for 5 now after 30 overs. That's the very latest here at the Presentation College ground after they were put into bat by St. Mary's. Presentation College Chagaunas now 88 for 5 after 30. So as we welcome you back here, the players have been refreshed. 88 for 5 here. And of course, 95 all out Hillview College against Vishnu Boys Hindu. And Shiva Boys 111 for 5. And in the other game, it is Presentation College of San Fernando against Naparima College, 218 for 3 after 34 overs. So they've made a pretty decent start there, Pres Sando. Remember, before Presentation College went on this run, Presentation San Fernando were the last winners of the league. So they obviously would like to get off to a fast start, and it makes more sense because in this sort of shortened version where you only have 8 teams and you have 7 games, a fast start is crucial. Here's again the leg spinner coming back into the attack here, Bechu. The thing is, though, he's bowling leg spin and he has more fielders on the offside than he has on the onside. And here is the ball turning again, and they want a single big mix-up there. Luckily, it drifted far enough away that the fielder had to move a long way to his left to get to the ball, but again he was sent back. That was an easy single to be had there. There's just a square leg. There's no deep backward square. There's a deep mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket and a mid-on. Once again, he's presenting the chance of a single, but Ali Khan not interested. Of course, they were spoken to by the coach during the water break, so they're probably batting under instructions here, and that's what I was talking about. Once you get it past the short, this going to go back for the second run, and they will get that second run too. And despite the best efforts there of Khan, the batsmen were able to get 2. Now, the thing is, where he is, he's probably better off staying back. He could come in and prevent 2. As opposed to this one is hit hard. He's going to have to hurry here. If he hits, he might be in trouble, but he misses yet again. So it's almost like they're picking up the fielders, and almost every time they push it there, they think they could squeeze a single. But that's dangerous business when you hit the ball that hard, that direct to the fielder and running. But one more to the score, and here is again Ali Khan having to reach for that one. He remains on 11. Joseph is on 9. It's the end of the over. 31 gone. It's 91 for 5. Presentation College of Chagaunas lost their first wicket with 25 on the board. Then they lost 2 with 40 on the board. 40 for 2, 40 for 3, and then 42 for 4. And they look to be wobbling. 63 for 5. There's another delivery turning in. So, and it's still amazing because you have a leg spinner bowling, and you have a deep mid wicket, but you don't have anybody behind square, just a man at square leg. So you're really trusting this leg spinner to bowl a very tidy and consistent line, more towards the offside. And that's the danger, because anything that starts on the pad is going to leak runs down that way, down behind square, and they're going to come back for a third run as well. Joseph doing the smart thing. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just placed it away from the fielder, that square leg position. And they're going to get 3 comfortably. But now that the right-hander is on strike, they've moved Shavim Khan from that position and put him to square leg on the onside now. This one is hit back towards the bowler. So 2 leg spinners operating simultaneously almost, or at both ends. Again, going deep in his crease on that occasion there, Ali Khan trying to force the issue, but he's not getting much pace to work with. This one again is nicely flighted. Giving it a nice little tweak now. And, but leg spin is such a demanding skill. And that's a good delivery again. The batsman upped into plate on the back foot more than coming onto the front foot, and then had to hurry to get the bat down in time. 32 gone. It's 94 for 5. St. Mary here now, they've been probing here, trying to get that 6th wicket, but it's proven a little bit elusive. Bechu is going to continue. Joseph almost seems as if he was just having a look there to see how the ball is going to spin and how much it's going to spin. He just kind of stood there and allowed it to come on to him. This time he's a little more aggressive. So it's been a bit of it's almost like 2 games taking place here. And again, trying that sweep shot. I still say it's dangerous to not have somebody on the fence, because that sweep shot could become very productive. All he has to do is make some kind of contact, and that's runs on the board. Here's another good delivery, but again, because Joseph is very watchful, he's able to make that quick adjustment. And, not really prepared to be too aggressive. And again, upped into plate off the back foot, because he's probably not sure which way it's going to spin. Batsmen have a little conference, as if to say, be careful, be watchful. Message sent, message received. Just place this one down. St. Mary's, I'm sure, would love to give up maybe 1 or 2 boundaries for another wicket here. Right now, they're not able to get anything. This one is played away nicely. And again, the running. That looked like it had 2 runs easily. Instead, they had to settle for the single. So that ends 33 overs now. It's 95 for 5 after 33. And of course, while the cricket is going on, and the youngsters just to their right are still having their classmates are still having a rollicking time with the football over on that far side. Seems like every break they just sprint out there and get on with the football in business. It's almost like the cricket is secondary to their activities. So Nichols is going to continue. Doesn't bowl too badly, but like I said, I think the field placing, he has to probably demand somebody at that square leg position. And that's a good delivery, almost went right through the gate. Once again, Joseph is reaching for a delivery outside the off-stump that he really could easily leave. And that's well played. Well, the fielder was down on the ground there after making a Tom stayed down, and then the return came, but it didn't pass too far from him. Look at how close this ball passed the Tom when it was fielded in the end by Wilshire. Wilshire, if he was firing at the wicketkeeper's end, he probably could have taken Tom with him. He almost hit him. And this is again hit early, and the return once more. That's better from Wilshire. Attacked the ball and picked it up cleanly. Had a shy, but he missed. I don't know. Well, you could always say Mango is out of season now, so the aim is not good at the moment. So Nichols is going to try now. The left-handed Joseph is back on strike. And, not able to take advantage. Those are nicely flighted deliveries, but I just don't think he's confident in the each-way spin, that he's reading the spin. So again, Nichols is going to try and see if he could prize out a wicket here for St. Mary's. They've been toiling now, quicker delivery, and well played in the end by Joseph, although not the textbook approach, but he did enough to keep it out. Another nicely flighted delivery, well bowled and well played in the end. Joshua remains on 14, and 34 overs now completed. It's 97 for 5. So they'll continue here. Nice, brilliant sunshine here in Chagaunas. Short ball pulled away again. Just the one fielder out there, and plenty of acreage out there to work with. And just a little too short from Bechu, and he was punished. Nice shot from Ali Khan, right? The 100 is on the board, 101 now for 5 with that boundary. It's taken a while, but they've gotten there in the 35th over. No ball signaled by the umpire. And so all you have to do is bowl this one over. There is no free hit in this version under these rules. So I think he was overstepping there. And now he's produced a wide, so feeling the pressure there, Bechu. To his credit, he's persistent with that line outside the off stump. He's not trying to do too much, but he's trying to at least keep things tight, keep it tidy. And again, Ali Khan trying to get after the leg spin of Bechu, but having some difficulty. So just the one slip in place and then a nice little ring around. And again, another wide. So it's a real mixed bag now. That's probably just the fatigue factor coming in. Like I said, when it's one thing to bowl in the nets, it's another thing to bowl under match conditions. And so sometimes this could be the effects of that. Players probably thinking all sorts of things. So again, he's allowing it to just go away. So that line, he's persistent with that line. He's probably going to have to, at some point, come a little bit closer and try to entice him. Just like that. To end the over. So that ends the over. And at the end of it, 35 completed. It's 104 for 5. So 104 for 5. And like we're saying, anything close to 150, 160 could prove a challenging target, a challenging total for St. Mary's. So they would want to try and see if they could limit presentation Chagaunas as much as possible. And in fact, they would probably be thinking, based on the start they've had, that they would have been further along in terms of the wickets column by now. But it hasn't turned out that way. They're still being made to work hard. And there was another chance there. And I'm not sure if that one carried, but it was close to a return catch. And he got it into his hands and it went down. Well, he had both hands on it. He couldn't hold on to it. That was difficult because it was low, but it was right there into his grasp. And here's an appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Again, nicely flighted. And the batsman, instead of driving it, decided to go across it. And where did we see that? A lot. Recently. When I say recently, I mean for the last couple of years. Waiting for it to turn. And then playing it with the turn. Joseph is on 14, but from 60 deliveries, he soaked up quite a few balls. And he's gone this time. Well, or is he? No, not out, says the umpire. So the Bears were removed, but they were appealing for a catch. So appealing for a catch, a stumping everything in one. And they said, take your pick-ups. And, and the umpire said, not out in the end. But they were so confident he would have been out on one of those shouts. But the umpire was unmoved, umpire Junkie. And you notice they're making those double appeals, umpire Junkie, not against umpire Maynard. And this time, treating it with the utmost respect, coming right out in front there in the approved fashion. And played it through the offside. Can't get a run, but played very well indeed. Here's Joseph. More defense again to keep this one up. 104 for 5 now after 36. So another maiden over from Nichols. So he's done very well, but he should have had that wicket. It's hit low and hard to him, kind of just under the knees. And you would think that he would have been delighted with gobbling that one up. So the spinners taking center stage. I wonder if they're going to consider bringing Wilshire back at some point, just to see if he can break through for them. But they're persisting with Bechu. And that one is hit hard, but it hits again. It's gone right through the fielder there. That short mid wicket. Now that was a difficult chance because that was hit really hard. And not much he could do about that. That was a full toss, and Boyer just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time because that was traveling. It's a full swing of the bat from Ali Khan. And now they must be thinking, boy, this is going on for too long. Now let's see if we can break this partnership. Again, they're going to have to hurry. And the return is a wayward one, but tidied up quite nicely in the end by Mikhail Ali behind the stumps for St. Mary's College. And so this must be very frustrating for them because the fifth wicket fell with a score on 63. And these two together, of course, with the Khan, Salim Khan, who had to retire hurt on 37, was 71 for 5 when he departed. And I'm sure he must be the happiest of the lot. He gets a chance to rest a little bit, get some treatment on that knee, ice it down maybe, and gets a chance to come back and maybe swing the bat as he was showing his capabilities earlier until he started to hobble badly. End of the over, 107 for 5 now after 37. So back here again, it's a slow burn here for presentation. They're trying to dig themselves out of a bit of a hole here. And so far, so good by these two, although they haven't set the place alight. But this is a very responsible approach on their part. But they've soaked up a lot. And it's time to get going. And that's brilliant. That's a very good shot. Again from Ali Khan. He's going to get two. Didn't try to hit it too hard, but he placed it away from the man at square leg. And they get 2 runs for it. And I still persist that they really flirting with danger by just having a square leg and not a man on the square leg boundary. Just having that man there, that just where the umpire would be, just slightly backward of square. And they insist that the ball is going to come there sooner or later. Gonna try and try and try. Keep probing. Trying to see if they could break this partnership. These two have been very stubborn. They rode their luck at times. But they're doing the job for presentation. Remember, they came together with 71 on the board. Quicker delivery. That's not a bad ball at all to bowl at this stage. It's just that he just lined it up. He didn't line it on the stumps. Would have been interesting to see if the batsman would have played the same shot, just shouldering arms. Hey, that goes again with a big shot, but I don't think he made any contact. Nice catch. That ends the over. Another one from Nichols is in the books. You look at it again, and good running catch there, taken, but to no avail. The batsman will persist here at 109 for 5 after 38 overs. 2 runs from that over, and the over before they got 3. The over before that was a maiden. In fact, they had back-to-back maidens. And so it's been a bit of a slow burn for them. Presentation Chagaunas looking for opportunities here to score runs. They haven't had too many at times. There have been opportunities where they could have scored a few more, but they haven't. And it's been a tough ask for them. When Jerome was batting, he looked like he wanted to blast his way out. He made 18, 7 to Jaden Joseph. So it looks as if the big fella Shakim Khan is coming into the attack. Or Shaheem Khan. And touching down just outside the off stump. Not the smoothest of run-ups. But again, this is all part of the school's cricket. Then you try to use whatever tools are available or at your disposal. And stifled appeal, but I don't think he seriously thought he was going to get a positive response from the umpire. Umpire Maynard. So now, as we into the 39th over, of course, we getting to the tail end of the innings. So sooner or later, something's going to give here. And we may find that the attitude might change of the batsmen as they look to push on. Yeah, many probably felt that they've done their part already, and here he goes again, trying to drive at delivery outside the off stump. Missing out. That has been the story here, because Ali Khan has faced 45 deliveries for his 21, and Joshua Joseph has faced 68 for his 14. And make that 69 for his 14. And a word here now on the bowler Khan, Shaheem Khan. When you look at his run-up, he looks like he could deliver the ball just as he reaches the umpire. So, but he still continues to run. And before actually getting into that delivery stride, you look at him here. He looks like he's ready to deliver the ball here. Well, he wasn't ready at all. He aborted that one. But he looks like he's ready to deliver the ball a good 2 meters or so before he actually does deliver the ball. Let's see if he can carry through it this time around. And despite the issues with the run-up, when he wheels the arm over, he's had to get them in a good spot every so often. Look at him again. He looks like he could deliver that ball here, but he still follows through. And when he brings it over, that's a good delivery. It's coming back in at the left-hander. So it's talk about working with what you have. But he kind of defeats the purpose of running up, because he just seems to walk the last meter or two and just wheels the arm over. Here he goes again. That's a good shot. But they'll only get a single for it. And again, the over comes to an end. 39 overs now completed. It's 110 for 5. Just a single from that over. So still a bit of a wait here for St. Mary's. They haven't really been able to do much. And but they've been able to consolidate nicely. So more messages going out as to how to approach things the rest of the way. So again, it's going to be Nichols who's going to continue. He's come on as he gets into his work here. This is his Nichols. So this is his 7th over. And this one is hit. That's hit nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs. Wilshire was trying to come across, but couldn't catch up with it. And it just sped past him, past his right hand at mid-on. That's a welcome boundary for presentation Chagaunas. 114 now for 5. And again, they can't seem to take advantage. Opportunities now, these are the times that they're going to have to try and cash in now. We're into the home stretch, if you know what I mean, the last 10 or so. And they're going to really need to pick up the scoring without being too reckless. You don't want to lose too many quick wickets and undo all this hard work that they're putting in here. And that's well played and good running, because immediately on playing it, Joseph set off for that single. And he got it quite comfortably in the end. So he goes to 20. Ali Khan, who's on 21, is back on strike now. And he has brought out the big stick. And that's another powerful hit down the ground. That's a good hit too. Unlike what we saw from Khan earlier, Salim Khan, he was trying to hit across the line of the ball. Here, we're seeing Ali Khan going with the tide and picking up a boundary past the bowler. Reaching for it this time, but that's good fielding again, coming across nicely, Tom, to intercept that one from going down the hill. That would have been another easy single, but it's the end of the over. Good one. 119 for 5 now after 40. So as we head into the last 10, 40 overs completed. Interest now on what kind of score they might be happy with. 10 overs, if they score 5 and over, that's another 50 runs. So they're around 65, 70, around there, 170. So I think they'll be happy with that if they can muster that. It's another good delivery, but well played in the end. And not much the fielders could do. Everybody is platooning some distance away from the stumps. And Joseph just drops it at his feet and takes off. Easy single for him. He goes to 21. Should be 120 for 5 now. And Ali Khan is on strike now. He's on 25 from 47. So 121 now with that wide. So this partnership now is worth 50. They came together with 71 when Khan retired hurt, so they put on 50. It's taken a while, but it's runs on the board, as they say. 121 now for 5. And again, in a peculiar run-up and delivery. You could see the bowler really struggling to get up to the stumps, but once he gets there, he puts maximum effort into every delivery. And has another delivery crashed down to long off, but the fielder does well coming across and limiting the batsman to just the one run. Good bit of fielding down there in the deep. Just on Toya. What you're really doing is you're bowling off his shoulders, and you look at his action. It's a committed action. It's like everything is coming, all that force is coming all at once. So he doesn't have the benefit of a run up to help him. So it's really just off his arm, off his strength. He's bowling there, and hence the reason why he's probably feeling a little winded, because it's every ball he's like giving it his all. Here he goes again, and that one is played nicely. Quick single in the end. Although it has to be said that Joseph probably could have really punished that, but he was committed to just blocking it and running. And again, we want to welcome all of you to 360 TV Tiger Sports. And some of you might actually be seeing a different type of cricket. There's a ball played away nicely. They're going to have to hurry. And they get there in the end. Good bit of cricket. And the ball flicked away on the onside, but again, not able to get it through. And looks like Budram is on the field. They substitute. So St. Mary's badly in need of this partnership being broken here. They need somebody to produce something from somewhere. They're going to have to hurry again, and that's putting pressure on the fielder. They knew that once they block and they run, Bechu and company are going to have to respond, and they have really not been able to do that so far in this innings, to really attack the ball and get the returns back to the ball. At the end of the over, 126. Or is it 127 for 5? 126 for 5 at the end of the over. 41 completed. So we were wondering when they were going to go back. To Wilshire. They've decided that now is the time. He bowled, 6 overs on the trot to begin with. So he bowled 6 on the trot. And it cost him 22 runs or 23 runs at 22. So now he's back. Took that blinder of a catch in the covers, and I was saying purely for that catch alone they should have given him another over, but the captain decided against that. But if I was the captain, I would have given them, say, just for taking that catch, and that kept a little bit low. So he's back into the attack here now. Kalfani Wilshire looking for a breakthrough. He bowled well enough to get a wicket in the early stage. His first spell didn't get a wicket. So he'd like to change that now. That's a lifting delivery. And they not played too competently in the end by Joseph, but he survives. But he gets a single. And they're able to get a single. So one more. The scoreboard just continues to tick over. 127 now for 5. So Wilshire it is. No slip. A third man. Point. Man on the boundary at deep cover. Extra cover short and a mid off, or long off rather. And again, big swing and a miss. There's a long on, a mid on, fairly wide, a mid wicket on the boundary, and a square leg just to the right of the umpire. And even that too is kind of bewildering, because any kind of tickle, because he's a fast bowler, he could bring one on the pads or outside the legs, it's going to get picked off down behind square more often than not. Now they're going to try it again. So this is not good news here, because Wilshire now seems as if he is a little bit hobbled. Looks like he's carrying some kind of an injury, like a groin or a thigh injury or something. Could see him holding that thigh. And so it's not the right time. This is the time they need him to really pull the choke here and run in with some kind of venom and maybe prize out a wicket or two. And this one is hit, and it's dropping well short. Nichols not going through, trying to get under it. Decided to take it on the hop. I think a lot of people probably would have anticipated that he would have run in to take that catch, but that would have been a difficult catch to pull off. The ball was dying on him. And again, that one is played nicely into the gap. Long chase. But they'll settle for the 2 runs to deep mid wicket. As Wilshire sort of bends over there. He's obviously in some kind of discomfort. As the over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 131 now for 5. So 131 for 5. Extras at 13. And again, Wilshire not for 27. Budu 4 for 22 has been the principal wicket taker. In fact, the other wicket came via the run out, a bad mix-up between Nabi and Salim Khan. Khan also retired, hurt, for when he was on 37 with the score on 71 for 5. And these two have really shut the door on St. Mary's since, pushing the score now to 131 for 5. So they've added 60 so far. This has been a good partnership, just what the doctor ordered. It took a while, but they've stuck around. Then they're going again. Going to come back for a second run comfortably. And so now they're going to have to sort of increase the tempo here, trying to push the score along as quickly as possible. So they may take a few more risks. And St. Mary's probably going to be hoping to cash in here. Shahim Khan. And this one again, 2 straight this time. Not able to go past Yearwood, Brian Yearwood. So this run up is a fairly long run. But like I said, I don't think he's using the run to his advantage. And this one is helped away. This is really a good shot. But again, they're able to only get 2 out of it. Doesn't have the legs to take it over the ropes or past the cones on this occasion. But it's 2 more runs all the same. So they continue to build this partnership. Here's 135 now for 5. 63 runs added. And there's another one. This could be a catch. He's backing back and he drops it. Well, he never looked like he was comfortably behind it. The sun, of course, is causing him some problems. But he seemed very nonchalant as he was running back there for that one. It was in the air for a long while. He just seemed to never look like he was going to catch it. And in the end, Toya put it down. 2 more to Joseph. 29 now. And add some more to that, a couple more. He's gone for 1. He's coming back for a second. And they'll get that comfortably too. So this is the run chase now. This is the happy hour where they're probably going to try to score for every ball. 139 for 5. Batsmen have a little discussion among themselves. Obviously, the plan is to try and score as many as possible in these last up overs. Remember, it's 50 overs aside. This is the 43rd over. And again, gets it down to fine leg. They go for 1. They're going to come back for a second. So another double in this over. And of course, they need a little bit of a drink here as they enter this rush hour stage here. So end of 43 overs, 141 for 5 is the latest out here at the Presentation College ground. So back here, it's 141 for 5, 43 overs completed. Remember Hillview College, they were bowled out for 95. Vishnu boys are 79 for 3 after 16. So they're well on their way. There, Presentation College, 268 for 8. That's San Fernando, that is. First delivery of a new over from Wiltshire. And the other score, Shiva Boys, 176 for 8. 48, they the 49th over there. And that's a good shot. They're going to get one, possibly a second if they hurry. Yes, the fielder is way out in the deep. And the batsman more than capable of getting 2 for that. So the game just kind of drifting away from St. Mary's. They haven't had a wicket in a while. And you could see the disappointment on their faces. He's going to have to do that all over again. Wiltshire not comfortable. He did bowl a very consistent line in his first spell with the new ball. It's been a while since he bowled, so he's now getting back into his work. And they're going to need him to keep going here to produce something. Get them a wicket in the air again, but they go for one. They're going back for the second. Nichols is there, but 2 all the same. So that's 2 more to Ali Khan. He goes to 34 now. Joseph at the other end is on 35. So they're going neck and neck, sharing the workload. And the partnership continues to build. Wiltshire, who took that blinder of a catch. Now they need him to do something with the ball. Yearwood, the one in the way there. Now let's see if he can find that little extra from somewhere. They need it. And they're going to have to hurry here, but again, he doesn't pick up the ball cleanly. And that's a cardinal sin because that ball was pushed directly to him. All he had to do here was pick it up and release it. He never picked it up. And they were able to get one. So both batsmen now on 35. 146 for 5. 146 for 5 represents a decent score based on where they were at one stage at 42 for 4. Again, another easy single. And you could just see the shoulders dropping now of the St. Mary's players with every run that they add. You could just see the shoulders, the heads dropping for the St. Mary's fielders. So the end of the over, at the end of 44, it's 147 for 5. $35 to Ali Khan, 36 to Joshua Joseph. And St. Mary's are probably, you look at their bowling attack and you're trying to figure out who could get them a wicket here. Boodoo has bowled out. He got 4 for 22. And but that seemed like a long time ago. Can continues. This one is in the air, and he might get the wicket. Yes, he was reaching for it, Joseph, a long way from his body, and he just sort of pushed it, didn't really hit it, and he goes for 36, a well played 36, although it came off 88 deliveries. 147 now for 6. Yearwood, the man taking the catch. And Shaheen Khan gets the wicket. So 147 for 6, and it means that Salim Khan is coming back out to bat. He retired hurt on 37. And so he gets an opportunity to resume his innings now, but he still looks to be in some discomfort. And I couldn't tell you why or how he damaged the knee. All I remember is at a break, he took on an extraordinarily long time to have it strapped. And I was making the point then that he probably was better off going off to get the treatment and then try to come back later. He did eventually go off after a while, and looked like he could have gotten out at any time. He was just swinging the bat. Well, he's in a situation now where that might be more acceptable, where they need some quick runs. Try to push the score as close to 200 as they possibly can. He doesn't have much to do, many overs. 5 overs and 5 deliveries left. And he's playing, they're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. Well, the question is, did it carry to the wicketkeeper? And if it did, he might be out. Because I think that was what the umpire Maynard was asking. Now he's back to the tree. Yes, he's giving them out. So with just one ball faced, a dramatic turn here. And I was making the point, Salim Khan looked at that stage like he was going to just throw the bat at everything. He went off eventually, and then the first ball he faces, he gets a little edge and is out caught at the wicket. So back-to-back wickets now for Shaheen Khan. So Khan has to go for 37, caught at the wicket by the captain Ali, Makeel Ali, and Shaheen Khan picks up another wicket. And it's 147 now for 7. So 2 in 2. And the new batsman is Ramesa, Kyle Ramesa. So how things have changed. The Marys couldn't get a wicket for close to 20 overs. And then all of a sudden they get 2 in 2. And they've gotten the all-important wicket of Salim Khan, first ball after resuming his innings. And now this young man is on a hat-trick. So Shaheen Khan, 2 for 18. Can he make it 3 for 18? And it's turned away nicely. They're going to have to run quickly and comfortably taken. So immediately, Ramesar is off the mark. So for the second time in the innings, we had a bowler on a hat-trick. Budu had a similar scenario earlier. And now Khan had a chance at the coveted 3 and 3. But I'm sure he will take 3 and 4 if presented. And it's not happening for him, but it's just another single. So St. Mary's now must be thinking, how can we now limit the scoring as much as possible? Even if they don't get wickets, those 2 wickets would have obviously given them a big boost. But now they must be thinking, how do we not bleed runs? How can we just keep the score to maybe 170 or under 170, if possible? Ramesar is back on strike. Has a very low crouch with the bat. Turned away, and it's going to get 1 down to fine leg. They might go for a second. They're going to have to hurry. And the return is way too soft. The ball bounced so 3-4 times before it actually got to the keeper. And they were able to go back for a second run. And much too easy for the batting team. The fielder had the ball in his hand. He just couldn't release it, Boyer. So 150 for 7. So the 150 is on the board. We were talking about getting to 150. They've gotten to 150 now. How much more will they get? And that's well bowled, but that's also good running. And it's like they can't prevent the singles. So the end of an interesting, a very successful over, you'd have to say, for both teams. Although they lost 2 wickets, they still kept the scoreboard ticking over. 151 for 7 now after 45. So runs now, the name of the game. They have 5 overs. 30 balls. Can they get another 30 runs or more? I think that's how they're going to have to look at this here. See how many runs they can get off these remaining 30 balls. A couple boundaries would help. But what they don't want is to lose a couple more wickets early here. And so this is now a 5-over game. And this is who navigates this one the best. Is probably going to win the day. A lot of discussion, I would imagine, on the field placings. Is it that the wicketkeeper is going to come up to the stumps? They're calling for a helmet. I don't see them bringing, well, yes, it is for the wicketkeeper, because I was saying I don't see them bringing a close-in fielder for this happy hour period where men are just swinging the bat at everything. But it's going to be for the wicketkeeper, as he is going to stand up to the stumps, which he was doing earlier, to Ramdeen. Ramdeen not for 22 so far. He too is going to be bowling without a slip. He has a deep mid-wicket and a deep cover on the boundary. Long off and long on, 3/4 of the way down. There's a stifle appeal, but really a missed opportunity there. for Ramesoa. He was trying to just turn it on the onside. Missed it. Here he is again, driving. I don't think he intended it to go there, but he'll take it. So one more. .152 now for 7. We're in the 46th over. Who will hold the nerve the longest here? This could go for another couple. And this is where the captaincy is going to have to be spot on here now. Can't just keep leaking 2s and 3s. If anything, limit them to just the 1 run. Got to strategically place your stronger fielders or your more athletic fielders in key positions like this man, where he's able to deny them a single. So you need a couple more athletic fielders like him. You need to put them in key positions. Wilshire is another one you want to strategically locate. Pulled away. To go for 1, they're going back for a second. This could be dangerous, and probably the wicketkeeper's end might have been the better end for him. Because you could see Ramesoa turning blindly and just heading back down. Khan continues to push on and played away nicely, kept out though. But that's the end of the over. 156 for 7 at the end of 46. So now it's really a question of who will play the most sensible cricket the rest of the way here. We have 24 deliveries to negotiate. Ramesoa has done well, 6 from 6. Ali Khan is on 38. He needs to get a move on. They probably need to get him on strike as much as possible. And that will help. They're going for 1. And if he hurries, he might get a second one. But again, the running. Look at how far the man at fine leg had to come. But they got the 2 runs, the wide and the run. So, and he's gonna get an extra ball. He's gonna have to bowl that over. This is not the time to be gifting away free runs like that. Shaheen Khan. And again, not the most elegant of strokes, but productive in the end that he got a single. But I think he needs to be on strike a little bit more. They need him to really open his shoulders a bit. He's been there for a very long time. 62 balls for his 40. And another ball down the leg side. Did it brush the pad? But the umpires didn't signal a wide, and much to Ramesoa's chagrin, it might have just brushed the pad on the way through. Some of the spectators nicely positioned there. They look so relaxed under the shade of the trees. There are a number of trees that line this ground. There's another one striking him on the pad, but again, angling down the leg side. This is not a bad over so far, despite that wide first ball. He's really come back nicely, and I look at the spectators. They look so resplendent in the shade there. And probably they might call for some food to be delivered. In the meantime, St. Mary's trying here to limit presentation. 160 for 7. And driven nicely there. But again, it's an easy single because the fielder is taking so long to release the ball. It was hit hard, but Bachu is right there. The ball is straight at him, and he cannot release it in time to prevent them from taking that single, or at least trying to effect a run out. It's way too slow, too sluggish. And that was a ball that was hit hard, firmly at him, straight at him. All he had to do is pick it up and rifle it back to the keeper. But that took an inordinately long time to do. Meanwhile, the batsmen were able to get the single. So Ramesar is up to 6 now, 41 to Ali Khan, who waits. And he's throwing the bat at him. It's a good delivery. It's wide outside the off stump, and he can't reach it. But it's not too wide that it's signaled a wide. So Khan will take that. That's Shaheen Khan, I should say, the bowler, not the batsman. Right, Ali Khan. He would want to make contact here. He's 41, but from 66 balls. And in the air it goes, and they're going to go for one. Did he stop it? And I don't think he did. Or did he? Yes, he did, but he might have hurt himself. So they're going to go back for a third run. I thought it went for a boundary, so he was just disappointed that it eluded him, but he just seemed to collapse down there. But he had the presence of mind to release the ball, and now he's getting some treatment for what looks like cramps. So it's early in the season, so that is to be expected, that a lot of these players would be stressing the muscles in the build-up. And these are the effects of that. And it looks like Nichols, it is there, who got to the ball and fielded it. But I thought it had eluded him. But because he just sort of lie down on the ground. But then he sort of picked himself up. Look at it here. He went down to receive it. He stopped it. And he looked like the play was dead there. But he then held that hamstring there and then threw the ball from a line position and saved the run. The batsman ran 3, I think it was, at the end. So that over has ended. So 47 overs now completed. 164 for 7 after 47. And so again, 18 to Jerome, 37 to Khan, 36 to Joseph, and Raid Ali Khan is on 44. So he has a top score of 44 so far. Can he tack on a few more here? Can he get to his half century? I think that's the first thing he should be thinking now. How do I get over the line here? And that's hit hard, but straight at the airwood. So that was a gift there. He really should have put that away. That would have taken him closer to his goal of a half century. Quicker delivery, well bowled. Ramisa, or Ramdeen rather, doing well. Mixing up his deliveries there as much as possible, trying to limit scoring. That a good delivery, a little bit of turn, but again, a bit of variable bunks. Some jumping, some keeping low. That one kept appreciably lower than the one before. I think they have a substitute on for. There's this one hit nicely down to long on. There is a man down there. Ball slows it up and they're going to go for the second run. Shouldn't be, but they're going to get two. And that's because it took the fielder such a long time to size up the ball. And eventually they were able to go back for the two. And again, it's Sanjeev Bechu. This time out at long on. Bowled him. Beautiful delivery. Quicker one. Swinging and missing, and that is the end of Ali Khan. He goes for 46, bowled neck and crop there from a beauty from Ramdeen. So that is the replay. He played, really was a quicker delivery. And he played all around it. 166 now for 8. And the new batsman is Samir Khan. So good applause and appreciation for a good innings, a good fighting innings there from Ali Khan, but he goes for 46. They've lost wicket number 8 now. 166 for 8. So Samir Khan is at the crease. Another good delivery to end the over. So a pretty good over in the end when you consider 166 for 8 now after 48 overs. Just 2 runs coming from that over. So a very good over in the end from Ramdeen. So he has done very well. How many overs has he bowled, Ramdeen? 1 for 29. No, could have had a couple more. In fact, he was the one who was bowling when they put on those 2 catches off Khan earlier. 7 overs, 1 for 29. And the bowling from that top end is going to be Shaheen Khan, who's continuing. And that's another delivery right up in the block hole. Hit him on the pad, but might have been just drifting down leg. He is in his 8th over as well. Two for 30 from 5, so he's starting his 6th over. 166 for 8. Can they get this up to 180? That's good bowling and attacking the stumps here, forcing the batsman to play at least with some restraint. Keeping them quiet, which is a good thing at this stage of the innings, where almost every ball could disappear. When you can bowl a dot ball or you get a wicket, that's a bonus. Again, under brilliant sunshine, Shaheen Khan tries again. And again, another dot ball. So these are priceless at this stage. So Shaheen Khan could very well turn out to be the revelation of this innings. He's really held his nerve here, held things together. And here he is bowling the penultimate over of the innings. And conceding just a single. So I think they're going to be happy with that, St. Mary's College. Remember, they won the toss and asked presentation to take first knock. Prez lost their first wicket with 25 on the board when Joseph went for 7. 40 for 2 when Jerome went for 18. 40 for 3 rather, when Muhammad departed first ball. Speaking of first ball, Shamir Khan is waiting now, his second delivery, and still can't score. So these are valuable deliveries that they're not taking advantage of. St. Mary's won't be complaining at all. They'll be very happy if they can limit them to, say, under 175. And again, so that's another beauty there from what a way to finish off. He has 6 overs now. And Shaheen Khan 6 overs, 2 for 31 to end with. So he is bowled very, very well coming on. He came on as the 7th bowler into the attack and has done exceptionally well. His 6 overs just costing him 31 runs. And at the end of the penultimate over, it's 167 for 8. He's come back and he's bowled exceptionally well. And despite what we were highlighting with his run-up, that where he probably could stand right there and deliver, but he really wheels into his action. So he gives everything. And he's done very, very well in the end to pick up those 2 wickets. And he was on a hat-trick as well. So 2 for 31. And now coming to finish off the innings, Ramdeen. Varish Ramdeen. And he has 1 for 29 prior to this. And hit hard. And just trying to get away there. They're going to go back for a second run. And they'll be happy with that. So I think almost every ball now has to disappear. So that pushes them to 169 now for 8. 5 to go. 5 legal deliveries to go. And again, that's a peach of a delivery. Again, the batsman trying to swing across the line of the ball as opposed to going through the line. There he is, rehearsing a much better shot. But again, when the bowler is bowling it, you tend to play a different shot. Because he's seen that gap, probably widest mid wicket there, and wants to see if he could get it into that gap. But bowled him right across the line. Ramdeen to Ramesa, and Ramesa loses out. He goes for 9. Ramdeen has his second wicket. It's 169 now for 9. So Ramdeen comes in bowling the final over and picks up a pepper. He now has 2 for 31. It's 169 for 9. With just the Darren Danraj. So Darren Danraj, the new batsman, the last batsman. And I would imagine this young man would probably think he could do something with the ball on this surface if he gets a chance. And I don't think they'll take too long to feature him with the ball, which will make sense. But for now, they probably would need him to try and tackle in a couple of runs, see if they could get it to 175 maybe. That might sound better than 169. He has 3 deliveries, 3 legal deliveries to negotiate here. And that one went right through him. He was very late on that. Had that been on the stumps, that could have been curtains. I think if he takes a page from his old man, he made 13 when Lara made 170 odd against 180 against Jamaica at the Oval. Big partnership. And Danraj made 12. I think there were 12 singles in there. He is again playing. They're going to have to hurry. And he was trying to throw it, underarm it. And he missed the stump, but he missed by a country mile, as they say. And the batsmen were able to get 2. So that takes them to the 170s now. 171 for 9. There it is again. Just played it on the onside. He was trying to underarm the ball, but he missed. And there is Danraj squaring up and trying to scoop it, but then succeeded only in playing it back on the onside. So that should take it to 172 for 9 at the end of the innings. So 172 for 9 from their 50 overs. Presentation College of Chagaunas. It means that St. Mary's College will need 173 runs in their 50 overs. Situation here, 172 for 9 Presentation College after they were put into bat. And as the small roller makes its way out, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, St. Mary's will start their reply. They need 173 to win against Presentation. Welcome back to the Presentation College ground here in Chagaunas, where we're getting ready for the St. Mary's reply. We just have to make a little adjustment. It's 171 for 9. That would have been the final score for Presentation College. So it means St. Mary's need 172 for a victory as opposed to 173. We already see the Presentation College fielders out there in the middle. And now the St. Mary's openers are making their way out as well. Ryan Yearwood, number 45. And of course, wearing the number 22 is Tristan Toya. So this is really the business end of proceedings here now. And but we anticipate that they're going to get a barrage of spin. And just as I suspected, Dan Raj is going to open the bowling. And it's going to be, first up is going to be Toya, who's going to face the first ball of this St. Mary's reply. St. Mary's College, second a year ago. They're looking to go one better. Unfortunately for them, they're up against the team that won it all. And not only did they win the league, they also won the Intercol as well. Here's Dan Raj. And that's a delivery that crept, literally crept on pitching. And had that been on the stumps, that would have been plumb in front. Luckily for him, it just missed. And it missed everything. Didn't miss by much. This is one that's appealing for an LBW, but again, going with the arm. Remember, it's a new ball, so he probably can't spin it as much. So every so often, it's just going to go with the arm. Toya. Played 2, missed 2. This time, he's able to find the middle of the bat. And as a batsman, you like that because at least you feel as if you just want to feel the ball on the bat. And again, but nice flight from Dan Raj. A young man with a very bright future indeed. Reminds me a lot of the late Shivan Prag from QRC fame. But Shivan would bowl left arm Chinaman googly in the mold of an ancient alley. But as a youth cricketer, he was really an amazing talent. Trinidad and Tobago youth team, West Indies youth team. Really had a bright future ahead of him until it was all cut short by an accident. And here again, Toya living dangerously, trying to cut that one. Not enough room there to play that shot. Luckily for him, it hit the bottom of the bat and bounced past the stumps. And he survives. The end of the over maiden to start with. It's 0 for 0. So what a start that's been for Presentation Chagaunas. Obviously, they must be thinking that they could do something. Kyle Ramesa We saw him a short while ago with the bat there. He swung right across one and had his furniture disturbed. I'm sure he'll want to pay back. We'll get a little payback here by probably rattling a few stumps of his own. But he'll be bowling to the dangerous Ryan Yearwood. Yearwood is a big, strong man. And again, that one was dipping and moving. Good bit of fielding as well. It was well played in the end, but certainly he needed to be quick as that delivery was sort of dipping on him, and he was able to just bring the bat down in time. Nabi at mid-wicket made a fine stop as well. There is a fine leg and there's a man at deep square leg. That's the onside field plus the man at that short mid-wicket position. Here's the ball again, swinging, movement, too much movement. Couldn't control it then. For a right-hander, that would have been a peach of a delivery, but for the left-hander, it just starts to go and keeps going. And with the wind blowing across the ground, you can see the coconut trees in the distance, the palm trees all swaying. So there's a nice wind here to help him with that movement, but he has to line it up properly. And again, there's a peeling for a catch at the wicket, not out, says the umpire. Might have just brushed the pad on the way through. And again, the foot movement, he's getting himself into an almighty tangle, trying to catch up with the ball. And he probably just needs to stay still and don't let his head lead him. Just kind of stand still and wait for it to swing. And then play it. It's a late bit of movement. Here he goes again. Starting it too close to that leg stump. So by the time it gets to the batsman, it's already down the leg side. And he's decided that he's going to go around the wicket. Now Ramesa, the radar not working from over the wicket. He's hoping that it canters a little better on this side. And it's right up in the black hole. There's a strong appeal from LBW. He's going to have to hurry and just doesn't get there. Now, he was injured while in the field, Yearwood, and now he's had to scamper for this quick single, and I don't think it's doing him any favors at all. And here he goes now as he has to hurry here, and you could see him just limping as he made it in the end of the over 2 without loss. Well, actually, no, it's not the end of the over. They were just changing over because it's the right-hander who is 3 now, 3 without loss. So back over the wicket is Ramesar. Now, can he get that away swinger to go to the right-hander? He was doing it to the left-hander. See what he does. And would you believe it? He pulls her legs down to the right-hander. All the time he's getting this nice away movement. And I was saying, if he's bowling to a right-hander, that would be a real good delivery. He bowls one down the leg side to the right-hander as well. You go figure that one out. But maybe it's just because he's trying to adjust. He's trying to make that adjustment because he's seeing the ball. He's trying to control the swing. That's what he's hoping to do here. That's better. But look how it starts wide and it stays wide. And that is his issue there right now. So it's about just relaxing and bowl. And again, when that happens, it's because a lot of times the wrist is breaking too soon, either too soon or too late. And I think in his case, it's breaking so soon that he just canters, the ball just comes out of the hand wrong. He needs to like brace that wrist and try and push the ball, let the wrist carry the ball. And again, a little too short, but at least he got it in the line that he wants. But you can see there's not that much pace in the wicket. That one just stood up there for a long time, and Toya had to wait. And he looks up, sees that there's nobody back. There's no fine leg. There's no deep square leg. There's no deep mid wicket. And that's a good shot. He's going to get off the mark here. Takes a single to end the over, and at the end of over number 2, it's 5 without loss. So once again, you could see the energy from the presentation players, and these spectators there in they're in wonderland right now. They're probably eager to see presentation come away with a victory here. It's what they're accustomed to. Here comes Dan Raj, and that's another good delivery. How that missed, I am not sure. Toya knows exactly what went on there, because that ball just pitched and he just seemed almost bewildered by it, and the ball missed everything, including the stump. Dan Raj again, bang on target. And as he gets stronger, he's obviously be able to put a lot more revolutions on the ball and make it zip a little bit more. And for now, it's really about him just trying to locate line, locate length. Not much by way of variation there. If anything, he just brings it into the right-hander with the arm. Again, causing some problems, and you could see the ball when it's coming into the right hand, it's hitting the inner portion of the bat, squirting out towards the onside. An indication there that the batsman still kind of feeling for the ball, not absolutely certain which way it's going. Shorter delivery there, but he still couldn't take advantage of it. So this is the big issue here now for St. Mary's. They need a good start. Can't afford to lose early wickets. And Dan Raj, meanwhile, isn't making life any easier for them. He's kept it tight yet again. Another maiden 5 without loss at the end of over number 3. So 2 overs, 2 maidens to Dan Raj. You would think he was bowling express deliveries at 150 miles an hour. But it's controlled spin bowling. Now let's see if Ramesh could tighten up his line here. And that's better. Keeping the pressure on. Yearwood could do nothing but defend now. And he must be thinking also in terms of getting a good score here to give St. Mary's a real boost here, a platform to work with. If they lose wickets, then chances are they could keep losing wickets. And Arizona tugged it. He might have gotten an under edge, took it past the stump. And I'll see if the umpire, yes, so he did get that under edge, but he was playing well away from the body there, living dangerously. And luckily for him, that edge also missed the off stump. It could so easily have crashed into the stumps. But fortune favors the brave sometimes. And you take it and you move on. He goes to 2. And that's a no ball. Signal by the umpire. I'll wait to see if it is, in fact, a no ball. Yes, it is. So again, Ramesar having his issues. But again, this is all part of the growing pains as a young cricketer. That's a good shot. It's only going to get a single for it. As Joseph is easily in behind it. And so 1 by 1, St. Mary's trying to lay a foundation here. But nothing is coming easy at the moment. Important thing is they haven't lost an early wicket just yet anyway. And again, and the reason for it is because he's so worried about it in his mind. He knows what he wants to do. The problem is when he gets to the wicket, he just seems almost as if he's in two minds. Should I just let it rip, or should I try to control it? And if you notice, the deliveries that he's bowling wide are not his quicker deliveries. He's trying to take the pace off and just try to control it, but his wrist is breaking, and he's just pushing the ball most times, especially bowling to the right-hander. That's more like it. But even then, he was closer to the leg stump than he was to the off. And that's what they need him to be, closer to that off stump. And let his action, his natural action, do the rest for him. That because he has an aggressive run up to the wicket, his whole body comes over really quickly. And he can bowl a good away swinger to the right-hander. And again, trying the slower one this time. Good change of pace. They're going to go back for the second run. And Yearwood again struggling to go back for that second run. So they may have an issue with him. So is he going to play an innings like Candid? Just put bat to ball and just try and get as many as you can? Or is he going to play on merit? Remember, 50 overs, that's 600 balls. And as an opener, those are a lot of balls to face. Right up in the black hole, missing. Right, but again, you could see him pushing the ball. He's not pulling the ball. He used to pull it down and just get it to move off the seam. But right now, he's so probably disappointed in his own bowling that he probably can't concentrate that much on those. 12 without loss now after 4. This is when you try to remember what the coaches will be telling you as you work through scenarios like this. Keep it simple. Don't change too much. Keep the run up going. Now the umpire's having a word. I'm not quite sure why. And my mind reading skills are not that good, but I don't know if he's alerting them to the speed at which they want the game to go. But I really haven't seen the batsman taking any undue time or necessary time to get into their work. But let's see what happens now after that little chit chat there. Here's Dan Raj. Yet to concede a run. He's in his third over now. 2 maidens to start with. Big play and a miss there. So Dan Raj is bowling at just the right speed because it's slow enough. You're seeing the ball and you feel you could get to it. And I think that is what is kind of enticing the batsmen to play at balls they don't have to play at. And at this time, the sequence of dot balls is broken. Yeah, so the batsmen just have to kind of recanter and just allow the ball to come on to them and try to play it as late as possible. And Toya again just pushing. He's really uncomfortable against the left arm spin, the each way turn of Dan Raj. He's not quite sure which way the ball is going to spin. And again, so there's no escape for him. He's really in a bind here now. Captain has made no adjustment. It's quicker delivery again, kept very low. But Toya did very well on that occasion just to keep him out to end another interesting over. 13 without loss, just a 1 run coming from that over. So they're going to persist with Ramesa, probably give him an opportunity to work through his issues. Better he does it now than later on when things get tight. But a wicket would help. And he's not getting it there. That's a good shot right up in the block hole. And Yearwood didn't need a second invite. It's been a kind of irky-jerky start here for Ramesa. He's not really been able to line up his deliveries very well. And again, Yearwood is a dangerous customer, so you don't want to feed him half volleys, and to make matters worse, he's injured. So he's not going to run anyway. I think there are bees on the ground. So everybody's on the ground except the batsmen. It's almost as if they're not aware of the bees. And I think everybody's okay. And we have the fielder way out in the distance. He's probably getting the first wave of the first attack over in the distance. But it's always funny to see an entire cricket team on the ground, everybody, including the umpires and the batsmen, everybody flat on their stomachs. And you're wondering what's going on. Is that a new approach to fielding and batting? But it's most times it's bees or some kind of an insect. Moving in a group. And missed out there on that occasion. He was going for a third in a row there. He was really looking to get after Ramisa there, Ryan Yearwood. So they're going to push the mid off back to long off, 3/4 of the way out. So Ramisa taking his time here. This has been a real eye-opener for him. He just can't get rhythm in his bowling. Can he change something here? That's better, but it's still going to cost him a quick single. Good bit of fielding in the end, but not good enough to deny them the chance of that quick single. So one more as the scoreboard ticks over now to 22 without loss. So presentation, they will want to take a quick wicket, take an early wicket, and then keep taking wickets. So far, so good for St. Mary's. They kind of rode their luck early on. And here's another delivery right up in the block hole that is only just kept out. So it's been a real revelation, an eye-opener here. The batsmen are not really fine in the middle of the bat much, and when they do, they go for 4. But in between those, good shots. There are a number of playing and missing and inside edging and a lot of oohing and eyeing out there in the middle. But 6 overs completed now is 23 without loss. So Danraj it is who's going to continue. It's really a small man. And that's another beautiful drive. This time Toya gets the handle on it and is able to stroke it nicely. Again, causing enough problems, Danraj, to keep Toya honest. You can just hear the fans there who are accustomed to success urging on the home team, Presentation College. Again, another play and a miss. A no ball. Well, a cardinal sin for a spinner. Give the batsman the benefit of the doubt there. I thought he was pulling the bat inside the line. Again, still having his issues, trying to work it out here. And I wonder if they, just to bring a fielder in, just to throw off his rhythm, force him to maybe be a little more defensive. And this one is hit in the air, just over the head of the man at mid-on. He was backpedaling, but he couldn't get backpedal fast enough. And the ball just eluded his grasp. Just over his head it went. And down to the boundary for 4. So again, Ali Khan trying his best. But we needed a little bit of Joel Garner in him there to pull that one down. Still Danraj continues to persist there. Bowling a good line, a good length. Again, pitching right up. And not able to get the breakthrough there. 30 without loss after 7. So far, so good for St. Mary's. These two have kind of weathered the initial storm to the point where they've now been able to see off the misfiring Kyle Ramesar. And Joshua Joseph is going to replace him. So can Joseph now prize out an early scalp here for Presentation College? They're the home team. And they're really going to need him desperately need something to happen for them here now. You don't want St. Mary's to just gradually get stronger and stronger in the game. Then it becomes almost impossible to remove them later on. Yeah, that's a good early hit, but there is protection out in the deep. See the umpire umpire Mina just jogging, going there, looks fit and healthy. Looks like he's enjoying what he's doing out there. It's a good delivery. Again, in no man's land. He just kind of stands there and throws the bat at it. And I'm sure he rehearsed a much better shot than that one, but that was an ugly shot. He just kind of stood there, stand and deliver. And with a shot from there, I don't know if he's going to deliver a 6 or a 4, but he could get out because he's playing so far away from the body. That's 2 and 2 there. Yeah, there's a requirement there for them to just be consistent, keep the lines. Joseph is teasing him just outside that off stump, and Toya is sort of undecided. He plays at some, leaves some, and this time he's a lot more correct. Remember, the target is 172. After presentation posted 171 for 9. Ali Khan 46, Khan 37, and Joseph, the man with the ball in his hand now, 36. Looked like he was well on his way to a half century. Again, lack of pace there, no real venom in that delivery. Doesn't come off the wicket with any that will give a batsman cause for a pause. If anything, what we've seen, the balls up at that end tend to keep a little bit lower. We've seen quite a few. Bit of uneven bounce. And that's well played again. So some point they're gonna try and figure out what is the best approach. But right now, St. Mary's are doing well. 32 without loss now after 8 overs. So I think they're going to give Dan Raj a bit of a breather here, and Samir Khan. So could be a chance here now for presentation to finally break through here. See if they can prize out an early wicket or two. And once you start taking wickets, who knows? You may never stop. Immediately finding a nice line and length there, Samir Khan. And again, and this time they're going to run a bye. Just sort of, the ball just sort of crushed into the keeper's pads. It'll be belated lead. The umpire indicates that it was in fact a bye. So again, just the man out of deep, he's forward a square, so he's just it's almost like a mid wicket, but he's it's a lot straighter than that. And he's gone in the air again. Luckily for him, it falls safely. And Yearwood really living dangerously. And but my thing is, if you're that big and strong, and you're seeing the ball, then hit it. Just don't push it, because he almost hold out there to one of the men in the deep. And you try to take advantage of those. There's another peach of a delivery that somehow beats everything, and it misses the stump but not by much. And how often have we said that in this game already? Again, another stifled appeal, but I think the bat was in behind the pad, ensuring that it bounces and staying out. So the end of the over, 9 completed. It's 34 without loss. So now they're trying to somehow muster up a wicket here. We saw this in the first innings where St. Mary's went for a very long period of time without a wicket. And it's like from the get-go here, presentation having a real hard time pricing open the St. Mary's batting lineup. Here's another good delivery, but they've seen this all too often in this inning so far. More and more, the batsmen are having some issues, and again, unless there was a touch onto that, I'm surprised the umpire didn't signal a wide. But unless there was a little brush on the pad, you see some of these youngsters in the height of the cricket season. Some of these youngsters are committed to the football, making their way towards their training session. And again, he's trying to carve this one away, but he gets it square. Actually squirts out there. They think for a moment of a third run. It's not the easiest of environments for the batsmen. They can't seem to get at the bowling. That has been the biggest challenge, and especially here where he's making some big expansive drives. And apart from the 2 that he got to the boundary, he has not really been able to middle the ball consistently. And again, he goes, and that's a good shot, and not able to cut it off. He got into position there, but it just seemed to elude his grasp at the last moment, and that was all she wrote there. Jaden Joseph. You just get a sense that Yewood is just trying to almost single-handedly take the game away from and again, once you pitch it up, he is going to drive. He's a notorious driver. You could just look at him and see everything is set up to drive the ball. So they're now probably starting to creep into the Presentation College lineup. Do they have what it takes to conjure up a win here? Because nothing that they do seems to be working at the moment. The batsmen are just trying to play on merit. And they're trying to keep them out. The end of the over 10 completed is 41 without loss. So the spectators becoming a little restless. Want to see some action, and when I say that, they want to see some wickets tumble. Right now, they're getting nothing of the sort. And way out in the distance, we see the footballers just getting ready to start their training session. And again, another dive that is unsuccessful. St. Mary's now must be thinking, so far so good. How can they keep this going, especially if these two stick around for a while longer, say for another 10 overs or so? Could really put the cat among the pigeons. Here goes again, another misfield. And the players just going with one hand when two would work so much better. And that's the one thing that Presentation I don't think would want, is to just surrender meekly with misfields and no balls and what have you. Just things that they can control, but they're not controlling. He is again pushing up Yearwood and almost sneaking a quick single there. Just bounces, that's ricocheted off the leg of the man at extra cover, but it bounced much too close to the bowler and is followed through. So they're again trying here now for this breakthrough. It's not coming. It's been a while. And again, the ball peels off the edge, but it doesn't carry to the slip. So they're going to have to keep trying. Nothing is working so far. It's the end of the over. 11 completed now. It's 43 without loss. So we're just doing a quick comparison there after 11 overs. Presentation with 40 for 3. Yes, and Mary's well placed given the the matchup. 43 without loss. So both teams kind of level pegging, mirroring each other. Like I said, those 3 wickets is a big difference. And now that the wicket is sort of dried off, it's going to be interesting to see how the spinners, what they could extract out of it. Toya standing up and playing the ball back along the wicket. Trying his best to find a breakthrough here for presentation. Joshua Joseph. Not finding anything right now. There isn't much by way of lateral movement off the wicket, and as a result, the batsmen are able to just pick up the line and just push it through, play through the line. It's just the variation, the bunks, that might be the big issue for them right now. Again, everything is just being done in a very orthodox fashion. They're under no pressure right now to score quickly, St. Mary's. And the breakthrough is yet to come for Presentation College of Chagaunas. They're being made to work for success here now. And here's another delivery, just cutting him in half, literally. And but Toya is still there. He's had his issues, but most important thing, he's still at the crease, and that is so crucial, so important for St. Mary's, that he stays there as long as possible, that he scores as many runs as possible. And again, Joseph right on target, but Toya plays it beautifully back up to the offside, and the over 43 without loss. So again, the game just sort of meandering. It's screaming for a wicket if you're a Presentation College supporter. St. Mary's would want to frustrate them for as long as possible. As Samir Khan continues. And that's really an easy pickings there. There's nobody close in on the onside. The nearest man on the onside is, well, it's a wicketkeeper. There is a mid-wicket, and then there's a man at a deep mid-wicket. There's no backward square. And as a result, that little nudge is going to get a single every time. So they have to play the patience game here now. Just wait for success, wait for that error. That one glaring error that could possibly result in a wicket. So the batsmen are getting a real diet of top-class spin bowling here. So this has been the big question there. Can they repel the Presentation College spinners? And so far, so good for the openers. And right now, Toya is on 13 Yearwood is 24, and after 13 overs, it's 44 without loss. And we're going to have another bowling change. Ali Khan is coming into the attack. So can this finally break this partnership? So to say, because they have this nice reservoir of spinners, they're never out of it, because all it takes sometimes is one wicket and then everything could turn in a flash. That's another, should have been a much easier single, but again, Toyo just resting on his bat, having to sort of jump into action on the call from Yearwood. Certainly it's been a bit of a challenge right now for presentation. They need to pick me up, if you know what I mean. Who's going to provide that for them? And if you notice, both batsmen are prepared to play off the wicket. They're not confident enough coming onto the front foot to play the spinner, the wrist spinner. His each way turn could cause a lot of problems if he's able to pitch them right. And this one again is swept away, not with the conviction that he really wanted to. When you're sweeping, you really want to be hammering that ball behind square. And here's another peach of a delivery, goes right through him. So Ali Khan, who batted beautifully, and again, because he's not sure how it's turning, you can see the ball just going across the right-hander, and he's kind of feeling for it, not sure if it's coming back or if it's going. And again, and that's as a result of not being able to determine which way it's going to turn on pitching. And there's certainly some interest there in that over. The end of the over, 45 without loss, just a single coming from that one. So here we go again. The spinners taking center stage, looking for a breakthrough, and they're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. And Yearwood just goes for a little stroll, as if to say, you guys are really trying hard here. Ooh, that was very close to the outside edge. Probably would have needed a VAR there. Flicked away nicely. And just to relieve the pressure. But again, because he's carrying this injury, he's not as aggressive with his running. And what looked like 2 is 1, and what possibly could have been 3 sometimes it's just the 1. We saw that in the presentation college innings as well. Another beauty, squared him up. And, Toya is probably wondering what is happening there. Again, pitching up and not able to really forcefully get it away. So they're just wearing down the bowlers at the moment. Not really scoring quickly. And this time he's cutting and he's out. Caught at the wicket there, and he goes for 13. Toya has to go. And Samir Khan breaks through. He goes caught at the wicket for 13. And Ramnanan behind the stumps. And finally, the wicket, that all-important first wicket, goes 46 for 1. And they're going to take a little refreshment break here. So we'll take a break and come back with more. So for the moment, 46 for 1 now in over number 15. Let's welcome you back here. Jason Boyer is the new batsman. As Samaris have lost their first wicket. Presentation College of San Fernando, 271 all out in 47 overs and 5 balls. And Naprima College in reply, a 97 for 2. So not a bad response. 21 overs going though. Shiva Boys College, 178 for 8. Queens Royal College, 37 for 2. I think one game is finished already. Vishnu won by 7 wickets over Hillview College. Yep. So here we go now. And this one is hit hard, but couldn't hold on to it. In fact, I think it dropped in front of him, and but he did well to stop it. So that ends the over, and a successful one for Samarican and for Presentation College of Chagaunas. So they finally have the breakthrough. Is this the moment that they finally take control of the game and start to put some distance between themselves and St. Mary's? The best way to do that, of course, is to keep taking wickets. Once again, the field placing, there's a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a short mid wicket. And again, Yearwood is long forward in a very sort of unorthodox fashion. The ball seems to be leaving the bat at a height, almost like he's getting under the ball. Here he is again in two minds, beating all ends up. And so I still don't understand why they don't have either a leg gully or a leg slip or somebody forward short leg. Something. Just force Yearwood to try something out of the order. Here he goes again. Play and a miss. And, certainly a second slip or a gully. Because if he edges, you want people there to take those catches. Because you know sooner or later he's going to throw the bat at one. And he's bowled him. Neck and crop. Again, a beauty of a delivery. And Yearwood has to go for 26. And that's the second wicket. And so, Raid Ali Khan also joins the wicket-taking bandwagon. And Presentation have their second scalp here now. And things beginning to happen for Presentation. It's 46 for 2 now. And certainly a crucial period here now for St. Mary's. They cannot afford to lose too many early wickets here. Varish Ramdeen. He makes his way out into the middle, picked up a couple of wickets late in the game. And bowled very well. Now they're going to need him to bat just as well, if not better. But he's under the gun. And this is what I keep saying with some of our captains. You have a new batsman at the crease. And why do you still think you need to have all these players out in the offside when he's just done? This one is coming back at him. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. That was the googly. And it just sort of broke him in half here. Spun back at him. And luckily for him, probably was doing a little too much. And even that still hasn't prompted the captain to say, let me put in a forward short leg or somebody just to create some doubt in the batsman's mind. And again, striking him on the pad. So things starting to happen here now. St. Mary's, all of a sudden, the complexion of this game has changed as Presentation are threatening to run away with it. 46 for 2 now after 16. So, certainly a whole different atmosphere now. You could just see the energy is back with the Presentation players. And they sense that this is their opportunity here now to really try and break the back of this St. Mary's batting. 46 for 2. 16 overs completed. And this one kept very low. And just getting the bat down in time there was Boyer. In fact, joining the attack here now is Joseph, Jaden Joseph. And that's a nice, powerful drive. They're going to get a single. So presentation with this battery of spinners are just going to be coming at and attacking the St. Mary's batters. We had a swarm of bees fly over the ground a short while ago. Well, the spinners are looking to attack the batsmen. Just like those bees. Here's another quick movement there. Excellent glove work. And the key is, where did that ball pass? Did it pass outside of his legs, or did it pass between him and the stumps? It passed outside of his legs. And it might have brushed the pad as well, but good take. Once again there by Ramanandan. Again, quickly, they're getting through their overs very, very quickly indeed. And that's because the ball is more or less staying on the square. Just a 1 run in that over. And it's 47 for 2 now after 17. And with those 2 quick wickets there, the spectators are probably a little more encouraged now, probably a little more satisfied, but I'm sure they won't be satisfied until they see 10 wickets down. And that's a peach of a delivery, just goes right past the outsiders. And I still don't understand why they haven't seen the need to put a slip, put a forward short leg, just create all kind of uncertainty in the batsman's minds. And this time it's a gift, and he's put it away nicely. He's going to get a boundary for it. And that is understandable. You cannot, as they say, you can't defend bad bowling. So, and that was a full toss. But when he pitches it, you want to make sure you have players in position to take advantage, take those catches, because you know the batsmen are unsure of which way the ball is going. And Owen almost plays it back to the bowler. Well, all of a sudden the game has changed once the wrist spinner came on. It's like a totally different game. Another beauty just goes across and he's really not sure which way the ball is spinning. And again, it's just been a real examination here. And you have to ask the question, does that bat even have an edge? Because the amount of time that he played and missed, just missing the edge. and again. So it's been another beautiful over there from Raid Ali Khan. Didn't get a wicket, but boy, certainly created all sorts of problems there for Boyer and Ramdeen. It's the end of the over, 51 for 2 after 18. And the thing about it, when a bowler is creating that much uncertainty on the batsman in the middle, the ones in the dressing room are also sort of bewildered too, because you're seeing stuff in their minds that it's almost as if he's unplayable. That's kind of like the message that is being sent here. That one came back a long way as well. And the batsman now has to be careful, because you can't leave it alone, because if he's going to turn it that much. And so Jaden Joseph kind of got knocked off his feet there with that back drive. If anything, he's probably a little quicker through the air than he should be. Probably just needs to just slow it up a little bit. And because right now the batsman is just pushing forward and driving, as is the case there, because it's so quick. But give him time to think. As we say, give him time to change his mind by slowing it up a little bit and make him change the shot that he wants to play. So single to Ramdeen. Boyer is back on strike. Is it 52 for 2? Because they got a single the ball before. Good delivery, really. And that one came right through. And he somehow, it stays out. Well, real anxiety out there right now for the batsman. The end of the over, 19 gone. It's 52 for 2 now. They still need a further 120 runs, and they have 186 balls. More importantly, can they preserve their wickets? That's the important part of it. So Ali Khan 1 for 5. And this one again pushed up, and I'm amazed that they haven't even seen the need to adjust the field, because none of these batsmen knows exactly what he's doing with the ball. And the more pressure you put on them is the least they're going to understand what is happening. He's gone, and he's gone well. That's a good hit. Pitched up, over pitched, and drilled beautifully by Ramdeen for a maximum. And you just ask yourself, where did that come from? Almost out of the blue. But that was a good hit, good clean hit. Didn't try to overhit it. Just picked it up and deposited over long on. And again, and this time it's going to run very close. In fact, it's gone over the boundary now. 4 more. So 10 runs in 2 balls. And on both occasions he was pitching up So now they've opted to put the long off and the long on back. And Ramdeen is right out in front. Getting slightly flatter, slightly quicker. And because he's over pitch, he's a little bit wary now to pitch it up, but sometimes you just have to tempt the batsman as much as possible. There you go, and but he's a long way in front. There's a loud appeal, but he's at full stretch. Would have been tough for the umpire to give that one. Now look at the batsman, he's right out in front, and the ball had a long way to travel after striking him. The end of the over 20 completed at 62 now for 2. So the captain persisting here with Joseph. Jaden Joseph, that is. If anything, like I said, he's bowling a little bit too quickly. He's not giving the ball time to do anything. And this one goes past everybody. Now, did he get a touch onto that one? The man fell down at the non-striker's end. And now let me see from the umpire. If there was a signal, buys. So it just eluded everybody there. Another quick single taken, again, not the most convincing of running, but they managed the single because there was a little bit of a bubble in the field. But they really have to tighten up on the running and the communication, the calling between the two batsmen. So Mary's fighting here, trying to break free. Presentation trying to keep them in a bind. That last over would have just eased the tension a little bit. 6 on a 4. And they're going to get more runs here. Gone for 1. And make that 2 more to the score. So, again, too short from Joseph. And the batsman is easily on top of it. 66 for 2 now at the end of 21 overs. So with that expensive over and expensive compared to the other overs, Ali Khan is back to redeem himself. I'm sure he would love to spin one past the bat of Ramdeen, who struck him for a 6 and a 4 of consecutive deliveries in the previous over. But now he has protection long off. and also at long on. There's also a deep mid wicket, but not much else. There's a square leg. And that mid wicket, straightish mid wicket inside the circle. So that's the onside field. So here we go again now. This is the matchup. And again, trying to overhit it this time. He's really trying to pounce on it. Ramdeen got himself into a little bit of a tangle there. And that's hit down. There's a man there. Can he take it? He does. Brilliant catch indeed. He came rushing forward there, Joshua Joseph, and eventually took it. Ramdeen took the bait, and he goes for 12. And it's 66 for 3 now. And what a catch, because it wasn't hit high in the air. It was traveling, and he was advancing towards the ball. And that could easily have hit him and jumped out of his hands, but he held on to it. Good clean catch and an important wicket as well for presentation. And that brings the captain, Mikhail Ali, to the crease. He comes in at a very, very difficult time here for his team, because the presentation bowlers are right on top now and threatening to just blow this game wide open. Here's another one going right through him again. It's it's almost like it's like a carbon copy. They all seem to be bewildered by what he's doing, and it's just similar to how Ancient Ali used to have batsmen. And again, they're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. And the appeals die down quickly. And we have to do it all over again. I don't know, they might have to develop a law how many times you could appeal to one umpire, because this umpire here, he must be, he's under real pressure, you know. And again, they're asking the question. Not out, says the umpire. He must be fed up shaking his head to indicate not out now. 22 overs gone. It's 66 for 3. So again, another very, very good over produced there by Riyad Ali Khan. And picking up his second wicket, 2 for 15 now. And they've brought back Dan Raj, so there is no respite for them. Danraj, who started with 2 maidens and a single, just a 1 run in his first 3 overs, is back for more now. Not for 8. It's a peach of a delivery. Pitch, bounce, turn. All of a sudden, the wicket looks like a totally different wicket. And that's because the amount of pressure these spinners are applying on the batsmen. Even when they get a loose delivery, they're unable to take advantage of it. That's kind of like the shackle that the spinners, the presentation spinners have on the batsmen right now. It's like a spell. Here's another beauty. Bounce, turn. The only thing missing there is too good to find the edge. And this time they're going to get the single. But again, not very convincing. And from Boyup, he's still there. They're going to need him to get cracking. His 8 runs have come off 20 deliveries. So now Ali, the captain, waits. And Danraj, and again, not able to take advantage of a short ball. When you get those loose deliveries, you really have to make sure that you make the bowler pay. And again, another very well judged single. Again, they're coming from so deep sometimes that the single is almost always on. The end of the over number 23, and at the end of it, it's 68 for 3 now. They still need a further 104 runs. This one is hit. That's a good shot. Into the gap it goes. And a tumbling effort there by Samir Khan, but he can't cut it off. And that's 4 runs. He really could have gotten a hand to it. He just mistimed his dive as he came across. But it's a good hit, good straight hit. Again, another beautiful delivery, just going past that outside edge. And how many times have we seen that in the last 6 or 7 overs where the ball has really dominated the bat at both ends? Because we just saw Danraj come on for his first over of a new spell, and I think he went past the bat on about 3 occasions. Ball just pitching and spinning past the outside edge. A change in personnel. Trying to entice him to come outside out there. And again, But Ali not being fooled. But what he has to do now is to keep his eye on the googly. Because that's the Chinaman just keeps spinning away from the left-hander. It's when he bowls the googly and the ones that is coming back in at him, like that one, that he has to be very, very mindful of. It's a good shot again from Ali. It hurried him a little bit, but you played it very well. Again, playing it with a straight bat as opposed to trying to go across it. The end of the over, 73 for 3 now. St. Mary's now still need a further 99 runs. Dan Rogers, North for 10, North for 22 to Ramesar, North for 9 for Joshua Joseph. Dan Rogers again, because of his height or lack thereof, he sometimes the balls just keep a little bit low, but when he gets it to bounce, that is a double jeopardy for batsmen. Like that one there, again jumping and turning a little bit, but then he would just run up and bowl and it would just never get off the ground. So you have to keep your eyes on the ball all the way to the bat. And he's bowled him right through it, went right through the gate. Quicker delivery, good thinking, and Ali goes for 6. Bowled neck and crop by Dan Raj. And St. Mary's go further into the mire now. It's 73 for 4. What a peach of a delivery there. Quicker and on target. And that really was a good bit of bowling there. He planned it beautifully, pushed him back, and then he just went past him with the quicker one. Excellent bowling. Very, very good execution as well. Kalfani Wilshire is the new batsman. As we say, he has a candidate for catch of the year already. What a beautiful catch he took earlier this morning. Full stretch, dive into his right at cover position and just plucked it out of the air. Feet off the ground, he was level to the ground, parallel, almost goalkeeper style. And came up with the catch. It's the kind of catch that you remember for the rest of your life. Now they're going to ask him to do something just as dramatic with the bat. And this is the part of this game, because these players know each other so well, the amount of lyrics that is passing there. Anytime you see players from the opposing team so close to the batsman, it's because they're probably boring his ears with all kind of foolishness, trying to throw him off his game. And Wilshire again coming forward. And they're probably telling him, well played there, but be careful. The next one is the one that's going to get you. And just putting stuff in the batsman's minds. Presentation College, of course, this is the first game of a new season. The two-time defending champions trying to start with a victory here. St. Mary's trying to deny them. He's going for the single. He's going to have to hurry. And the return, though, is not the best. It's not on target. And they're able to complete the single in the end. A little bit of danger in it, but Kyle Ramesar, his return is not the ideal one. That ends the over. 25 completed now. We're at the halfway stage. It's 74 for 4. Just to do a quick comparison at the halfway stage, you wouldn't guess it, but they were 75 for 5 at the halfway stage when presentation batted first after they were put in by St. Mary's. So still hope for the Saints here, but they're going to need a big partnership. Mightn't come quickly, or it could if somebody could just come and swing the bat with some kind of conviction and really put fear into the presentation spinners. But that's easier said than done. So Wilshire just taking his time. He's probably just making the fielders, the bowlers wait a little bit as he gets ready to face what could be very interesting. And that one pitched and bounced and turned, and he was leaving it alone. Luckily for him, it jumped over. That ball actually passed over the stumps. When you think about it, it passed over the middle and leg stumps. And I still don't understand why they don't have more fielders close to the bat. Because he's now going to try to play at the very next ball, and it could go anywhere. With another leave alone that just passed, and now he's trying to work out the angle. It's probably going to some kind of physics formula to see how he could organize the angle here, see what kind of geometry he could work with here to work this one out. And that one left him this time, so something else to put in his bank here as he tries to figure out which is which. It's the one that he gives the air that is probably going to confuse him the most. There he goes, driving, and that was the little teaser there. Give him one to drive and then try to rip one past him. And Wilshire again doing very well. Presentation striving here for another wicket. Quicker delivery again, just punched away, but again, no real conviction there. Late decision. And the end of the over, another maiden over, 74 for 4 after 26. So Ali Khan has bowled his 7 overs, 2 for 20. So he still has 3 overs left. And they might very well just bowl him out, see if he can't break the back of this batting lineup. Dan Raj, much too short on that occasion, but he was quicker. Look how quickly he wants to get back to his mark. He's on his way again, and another beauty. So it's like a relentless attacking or at both ends. There's no respite for the batsman. You have to be tuned in all the time, and he's bowled him. Another snorter. We did say he does have the ability to get bunks, but he also can produce some ratters. And that one kept very low indeed. And Boyer goes for he was there for a while, for 8. He was there for a long while on his 8. So 26. So 8 runs from 26 deliveries before he was bowled by Dan Raj. Again, having to go down to meet it, and very late in getting there. So that is the end of wicket number 5 now. 74 for 5. And like we said, these two teams are just mirroring each other in terms of their scores. And that brings to the crease Aidan Tom. And this is part of the problem for St. Mary's, is because the spinners and the competence of the two spinners operating in tandem is causing all sorts of uncertainty in the minds of the batsmen. Dan Raj again, bang on target. Tom goes for a little walk. And again, just shouldering arms there to end the over. And at the end of that over, 74 for 5. It is now after 27. So again, they were going along quite nicely. 46 on the board before they lost their first wicket. But as happens so often, when you lose 1, you lose 2. So it was 46 for 2. Then 66 for 3. And 73 for 4. And now 74 for 5. Wiltshire again on the back foot, waiting for it to spin into him. Strokes it very well. But he'll just get a single. And now that exposes Tom to the each-way spin. Of Ali Khan. And again, he was pitching up. Driven nicely. And I think both batsmen recognize that it doesn't pay to hit across the line of the ball. And they might be better off just trying to stroke the ball, play it in the V between mid-off and mid-on. And again, another peach there. Stifled appeal. But just going past that outside edge time and again. And once more, looking to stroke it through the offside. But finds the inner portion of the bat. So it's been a real examination, and the one consolation for these batsmen is that they're not going to face this quality of spin every day. And even if they do, they're not going to find 2 and 3 in one team. They might get one standout spinner. But that ends the over. And at the end of it, it's 76 for 5. And Danraj again causing problems. Another player number is 2 for 11 so far. He's in his 8th over now. And he's just trying to get a hand onto it. Just missing out. But certainly a good effort on his part. Trying to really get under it. Would have been a brilliant catch. In fact, he got a hand to it. He just couldn't hold on. Never really got it in the palm of his hand. Hit the under part of the hand. And this is going to have to hurry. Just made it in time. So another good shot because they're playing straight. And that is the big difference here. Most of the others tend to want to go across the line of the ball. These two are more content in playing straight. How long it will go on, we wait to see. $17 fours, 2 sixes. Again, another well-judged single to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Eight is now on the board. In over number 29. Danraj again is pitching right up and beating the under edge of the bat, and it's stopped by the keeper. 8 for 5 after 29. So look at Danraj, 2 for 14, 2 for 23, Ali Khan, and 1 for 5, Samir Khan. Those are the principal wicket takers. Well, those are the old wicket takers of all 5 wickets. 26 to Ryan Yearwood, 12 to Ramdeen, 13 to Toya. And it's been a struggle, to say the least. Because especially once the spinners were introduced, the whole game changed. And this young man has really been a real standout for presentation. Hit hard, but again, hit straight, playing with a straight bat, not really trying to go across the line of the ball, and as a result they're able to catch up with the ball. Now let's see if Tom will continue in that vein and not get too excited. Full toss, but not able to put it away. Okay, look at how quickly Ali Khan is trying to get back to his mark. We saw the same thing from Danraj at the other end as well. And certainly getting through his overs very, very quickly. And it helps when there are a number of dot balls in there, because it means that It's from bowler to bat, back to the bowler. And not much by way of runs being scored, so it means that the ball is quickly back with the bowler. And again, another beauty. But well played, because he kept the bat slightly in behind the pad and not tried to reach for the ball. The end of the over, and at the end of 30 overs, it's 81 now for 5. Want a single, but it's not there. And immediately he was sent back. And a no ball, another no ball from Danra. I think that's the second one today, because he's probably getting so close to that line that he's probably overstepping. Now, we've seen that quite a bit from spinners. Danraj again, just look at how quickly he's rushing back to the top of his mark and eager to come in. They need another 90 runs, St. Mary's. And this one is in the air, but again, the players are almost colliding, and really, for the second time, he is unable to really get under it. He put in a lot of work to try to get back there, but he was backpedaling all the time when he probably should have turned and run facing forward and then try to turn back in time to catch the ball. Danraj again, and again, this time finding the outside edge. So certainly another chance there at another wicket for presentation. Danraj as consistent as ever. Good line, good length. And then the quicker one. I think Wiltshire is going to have to be very mindful of that, because he seemed to produce one every over now. And a wide signal. So one more. The score takes it up to 85 now for 5. St. Mary's trying to stay alive in this contest. And a real gift there. Danraj didn't look like he was going to release the ball. I thought he was going to stop. He just seemed, or his mechanics just went dead there. And eventually he just threw one up and allowed the batsman almost like a free hit. It's another good delivery, but well played again by Tom. And Wiltshire trying to get into the crease, takes one on the leg. That is the kind of shot that could deaden the leg for him. 86 for 5 now after 31. So I think the players will probably get some refreshments in a short while. It's been a real intense battle out there. Good thing for them is that the sun has gone down significantly. It's still nice and bright, so it's not no question of the light, but it's a lot cooler than it was earlier today. Today the sun was really piping down. Ali Khan again, he's done very well, Ali Khan. He has just, this is his last over, 2 for 24 so far, make that 2 for 25. So, sure, he's probably going to try to entice the big hit. He's probably going to flight this one generously. See if he can get Wilshire to drown in honey, as we say. And struck firmly. And now Wilshire is, I don't know if maybe it's the blow he took when he was inadvertently struck running into the crease. And that's another peach of a delivery. And see batsman whining in the crease. You could see he's bowling with a plan. He's trying to work things out. He's trying to work out the batsman. He's pushing two across him. Then he's probably going to bring one back. Quicker delivery again, going right across the right-hander. Misses, but not by much. It's the end of the over. His 10 over is completed. 2 for 26 from his 10 for Ali Khan. And beautiful bowling on his part. At the end of 32 overs, 88 for 5, St. Mary's. Let's welcome you back here. 84 more required by St. Mary's College. They have 108 balls and they have 5 wickets in hand. So that's the simple equation. And Darren Danraj is going to continue as he looks to bowl out as well. And that one just, actually it's not Danraj who is bowling. Samir Khan has come back into the attack. Again, it's just leaving the bat at an awkward angle. And there is a cover, but now they decided that they're going to bring the long off and the long on in. They've left the mid-wicket on the boundary. There's no deep backward square or anything like that. So he's probably going to concentrate off stump, outside the off stump. And again, brilliant fielding there. As we always say, if you can't field to your own bowling, well, boy, we're in trouble. And that was magnificent work by Khan. And that's asking for trouble. There's nobody on the onside behind the bat. It's really a gift there. Once you bowl there, the batsmen are going to pick you off every time, even if they don't hit it well. And again, a full toss this time. So, and they're going back for the second run, just a little bit too late. And I was just looking at that score. Is it that QRC are now 90 for 6? 34 overs, 89 runs in 95 balls they require. Presentation College 271, Naprima 172 for 2. And another one just pushed out into the offside. And here, of course, St. Mary's College fighting to get to 172 right now. They're 92 for 5 at the end of 33. So it's a bit of a grind here now. They need another 80 runs. And they have 102 balls left in which to get those runs. More importantly, they have 5 wickets in hand. Jaden Joseph is coming back into the attack now. And again, the ball going down the leg side, but the umpire is saying it's close enough that with the new rule, not every ball that is outside of the leg is wide enough to be called a wide. It's a little bit subjective, but it's what it is, and that's a good delivery again. Just not able to get the ball into the keeper on time. But it was a risky single all the same. However, negotiated well in the end. Pushes the score now to 94 for 5. So presentation needing to get these 5 wickets to start their campaign on a winning note. And right now St. Mary's playing spoilers for them. Already had 1 victory so far today, the opening day of the 2026 Power Gen season. And that's the end of another over. So they're getting through these overs quickly. 34 going now. It's 94 for 5. So now is where it is he can turn to get somebody to break through. So it's really about concentration here now, but so too in terms of the batters. This one should be taken, and it is taken. Well. He was looking to turn it on the onside, Wilshire, and he just spooned a catch there. Good diving effort, one would have to say. And he goes for 11. Again, he was trying to play it on the onside, but instead he somehow managed to play it on the offside. Ball spinning across the bat, and it is a very good catch taken by Jaden Joseph. And that is the end of Wilshire. And a good wicket as well there for Samir Khan. Now they're inching closer to a victory here. 95 for 6 now. Still 77 runs needed. And the young spinner who impressed with the ball earlier today opened the bowling and bowled magnificently. In fact, he bowled 10 overs straight. The young Budu, Samir Budu. And again, just straying down that leg side. So we've gotten a little tickle on it, it looks like. So I didn't see a signal from the umpire. So runs. So he's off the mark. Tuck on another one there. And you just see the drop off in terms of the quality and the consistency of the spinners. And that's another beauty. Bowled him, neck and crop. And Budu was playing down one line. The ball was going through the gate and just clipped the leg stump. And he's bowled. He goes for 2. And that's another one in the bag there. Bowled all over the shop by Khan. And it just went right through him. He looked like he had everything covered there, and he must be the most bewildered person to see that the leg bail was removed. 98 now for 7. Sanjeev Bachu or Bichu. He's the new batsman, but again, these are all bowlers. who are now being asked to carry the load here for St. Mary's. 98 for 7. Do they even have an answer to this powerful spin attack? Kept out nicely in the end there by Bechu, and that ends the over. So 98 for 7 now after 35 overs. So the game really moving quickly along now. And it's going to be Danraj, who started from the top end. He's now switched to the bottom end. He has, what, 1 over left, I think, out of his spell? Yeah, just the 1 over left. Oh, that's a beauty. Again. And look at how quickly he's running back to his mark as he's enjoying his bowling here. Quicker delivery, that one just, how did that miss? It just, you could see the quicker delivery coming, and the batsman was waiting, and that ball missed. It just missed, but not by much. That would have hit mid-stump. And Danraj, I'm sure, he's probably thinking, I'll probably bowl him a couple slower ones and then try and slip in another quick one. See what happens. Bowled him again on the back foot, pin to the crease, Tom. He goes for 9, and that's another wicket gone. So Danraj picks up another. And the batsman again getting himself all tangled up. 98 for 8 now. And they're just 2 wickets away. St. Mary's 74 runs behind where they want to be. And Josiah Nichols, who had that cramp earlier. And the thing is, he bowled 1 or 2 vicious leg breaks as well. But here now is the big test for him. Can he even understand what these bowlers are doing? It's one thing when you have the ball in your hand. It's a completely different scenario when you have a bat now and you're facing spinners who are just as aggressive, probably even more so than you are. And I'm still bewildered that they don't even have another fielder close to the bat. And fishing. Going fishing is what you call that. Playing and doesn't really have to play. And that too is a bowl down right through the gate. He goes. Make it 98 for 9 now. Danraj picks another. So the end is coming swiftly, right up, pitched in the crease, and snuck under the bat. And Nichols is making that long, painful walk back to the pavilion. It's not the start that St. Mary's wanted to their new campaign. But like I said, they're not going to face a team this strong every time. So they need to just take heart, look for the positives, and then try to regroup as quickly as they possibly can. Because the games are going to be coming thick and fast. And we're yet to see the final batsman make his way out. Maybe the wickets are falling so quickly he didn't get a chance to pad up. Pretty soon the umpires might be putting him on a clock. Well, there you go. So again, he's sprinting, trying to get out there on time. Shaheem Khan. He did bowl beautifully in the end, came on as the 7th bowler, but had a fantastic spell. Picked up 2 wickets to add to it. So 98 for 9 it is here now. 36 overs completed. And here's a delivery plumb on the boot. The umpire says not out. And they'll have to do it again. Yeah, that one seemed to hit the boot. I was just looking back at Dan Raj's figures. I know he bowled out now, so here's another one that kept a little bit low. And that too is just kept out. Four maidens, 4 for 20. Play and a miss. That one almost snuck under the bat as well. And but it's really pure survival now, and I don't know if they're going to survive for the next 14 overs or so. So it's probably just have a net session, if you know what I mean. Just try and bat for whatever it is. 3 for 13 to Samir Khan. And so he's done very well. And Samir has only bowled 7 overs, so he's really picked up the pace here. And now we're looking at Dan Raj had 10 overs, 4 maidens, 20 runs and 4 wickets. Samir Khan, his 7 overs have cost him 13 runs, but he's claimed 3 wickets. Riyad Ali Khan, 10 overs, cost him 26 runs for his 2 wickets. So they've really done beautifully, these spinners. And now Jaden Joseph, who took that brilliant catch a short while ago, gets a chance to finish proceedings. And I'm not sure if Shaheem Khan even saw that delivery. He was so late. And this time he's bowled him late again, and he went right through him. So that is the end of that. A comprehensive victory for Presentation College 98 all out. St. Mary's College, and certainly the target was 172. So they would have lost by 73 runs in the end. So a fantastic effort, a fantastic bowling effort. So victory by 73 runs to Presentation College of Chagaunas. And what a way to start the defense of your title. Back-to-back champions and winners in the opening round. And with the way the team, the competition is shortened this year with only 8 teams, it means that if you factor in the weather and other unmanageables, things that you can't control, then you have to start with victories or try and get your points up on top early. So you get bonus points, we get bowling points, and of course you get points for your victory. So this would be a brilliant start for Presentation College of Chagaunas, and I'm sure they would recognize that they probably didn't play their best game here, as they're trying to just kind of feel their way into the season and into the competition. But a win is a win is a win, as they say, and what a way to start this season. And I think if I saw a graphic there, is it Ali Khan is the player of the match? Yes, Raid Ali Khan, 46 from 72 balls, and 2 for 26, is it? Yeah, 2 for 26, and 46. A fine all-round performance from him, and one that I'm sure he'll remember for a long, long time. But hey, look at this. They're only now starting the season, so there might be more days like this to come as we go through. So this is where we're going to leave you for today, folks. Look forward to your company again. Come real soon. Remember, stay with us here on 360 TV as we continue to bring you a lot of sporting action all over, not just Trinidad and Tobago, all over the Caribbean and even beyond. So on behalf of the entire team, I'm Ruskin. Thanks so much for being with us, and stay close to 360 TV. Again, as we leave you, Presentation College of Chagaunas, the defending champions, have started with a win. They've beaten last year's second place finishers St. Mary's College by 73 runs to start the defense of their title on a positive note.